Dobra. Of the first session, please take your seats into the first two rows. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Rector, it is my greatest pleasure to greet you in Maribor on the 19th Conference of European Transport Sciences. The topic is Green Deal and transportation in the urban areas. This is a very hot topic today because Commission has very ambitious aims to reduce CO2 emissions in 10 years for 50% and until 2050 in total. So our aim is to find solutions, to talk about the theoretical and practical challenges, how to support and how to find the way in order to realize the aims set by the Commission. We have 150 participants, a lot of them online, from 18 countries. The event is organized in cooperation of University of Maribor, Zoom Maribor, and Ministry of Transport of Slovenia. We are joining forces and also financial means in order to cover all these activities. I would like to thank the Ministry and also to Zoom for the cooperation. Rector, Professor Dr. Zdravko Kacic, has also taken the patronage of the event, so I would kindly ask him to address the audience. Welcome, Mr. Kacic.
Dear Professor Dr. Stane Vučičnik, Chair of the Scientific Committee of the Conference, dear Mr. Blaž Košorok, State Secretary, Ministry of Infrastructure of the Republic of Slovenia, dear members of the Organizing Committee, dear colleagues, distinguished guests. It is my pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the University of Maribor to the 19th European Transport Congress of the EPTS Foundation entitled European Green Deal Challenges and Solutions for Mobility and Logistics in Cities. Despite of the fact that we are still feeling the consequences of the corona crisis and are in the middle of the fourth wave of epidemic in Slovenia, we are looking to the future with hope for a return to normal life as soon as possible. An expectation that is, unlike last year, this year realistic due to the existence of the vaccine. The situation in the past year and a half has forced us into a different way of life. In many ways, it has defined different patterns of our behavior. Our activities have been much more tied to the digital, cyber world. It is becoming increasingly clear that this period has left many traces in modern society, many of which will remain among us for a long time to come. And I probably won't be wrong to say that it has had a significant impact also in the areas of logistics and mobility. The conference will address the objectives of the European Green Deal, which represents the European Commission's development strategy aimed at a climate-neutral Europe by 2050. The strategy represents a restructuring program for all key economic sectors in order to ensure a fair and inclusive transition to a green economy. The ambitious goal of the European Green Deal envisages a reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 90% by 2050, making Europe the first climate-neutral continent. As transport currently accounts for a quarter of the EU greenhouse gas emissions, it is essential to establish sustainable transport, which must be ensured through innovative, safer, cleaner and affordable transport alternatives. I am convinced that this year's conference, with the privilege to be held live again, will also contribute to this ambitious goal. I wish you successful work, fruitful discussion, and stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rector. And I'm calling Secretary General of the European Platform of Transport Sciences, Mr. Sebastian Belz, to address the audience, please.
Thank you very much. Dear Rector Professor Kacic, dear Secretary of State Koszorok, dear President of the European Transport Congress, Professor Božičnik, dear Professor Letnik, ladies and gentlemen, spoštovane gospe in gospodje. It is my great pleasure to be here today in Maribor. For the first time, Slovenia hosts our European Transport Congress, the 19th issue since 2002. It takes place during the Slovenian presidency of the Council of the European Union, and it is really a grand honor to address these greeting words on behalf of the EPTS Foundation to you, especially on this occasion. What started almost 20 years ago with just the idea of a common platform for people engaged in transport sciences in Europe has today become a fully legal, non-profit entity with all rights on national and international levels. The European Platform of Transport Sciences is now one of the largest marketplaces for free and open exchange of thoughts and minds in Europe. With member associations in 17 different European countries, representing more than 30,000 individuals, and we have established a frequent and fluent network of collaboration to set up the European transport architecture of the future. And we are still growing. That shows impressively the ongoing demand for fact-based exchange and objective discussions in this ever-changing world. Every single European citizen can easily realize the advantages of free and seamless travel within their country as well as beyond borders. That makes mobility of people and goods one of the cornerstones of the European idea. The contribution of the EPTS Foundation to this deep and long-lasting development is highly appreciated by Brussels officials as well as in the national parliaments. Ladies and gentlemen, the University of Maribor is among the first members of the European Platform of Transport Sciences. Stane, Tommy, I'm very glad to have you here and your team as colleagues and, of course, as most active partners. Thank you for all your efforts in organizing this event. You are doing a splendid job. And thanks also for your great friendship. It is really important to have you by our side. Thanks. A few words about the pandemic. It is true, Corona is not over yet. But on the other hand, we feel the obligation to continue with our work. High-level discussion like ours and networking need to take place in presence, at least from time to time. They cannot be replaced fully by online meetings. A deep personal exchange comprises so much more than a flat screen can deliver. The complexity of all of us, of the human beings, must not be underestimated. That is why we feel this urgent need for gathering, to keep our minds mobile. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's Congress is entitled European Green Deal, Challenges and Solutions for Mobility and Logistics in Cities. The European Commission has set up a historically unique plan to make the EU the first sustainable entity in the world. The consequences on every part of life, public or private, cannot be overseen today, but the need for change is enormous. Further growth in national as well as in international transport figures make it necessary to discuss this topic. Everybody is talking about new technologies, such as autonomous mobility, electrified mobility, or an increase in intermodality. These are fascinating perspectives of the digital age, but how will they be able to contribute to a cleaner, healthier, and better world? A world with less risks for life and more humanity. We have invited today and tomorrow the most distinguished international experts for these questions here to Maribor. And I'm really much looking forward to hear their suggestions during these 2 days. I wish you all an interesting Congress with excellent presentations and fruitful discussions in this grand surrounding. I feel very confident that the Congress will largely contribute to a better common understanding of European transport scientists and to a more stable and sustainable Europe. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Secretary General, for your warm words. And now we are looking forward to hear State Secretary Mr. Blaž Košorok of the Ministry of Transport of the Ministry of Infrastructure of Slovenia. Mr. Košorok, the floor is yours.
So, dear Professor Kačić, dear Secretary General Mr. Belc, I hope you can hear me well. Okay, I guess we have a good connection. Well, unfortunately, I will have to apologize Mr. Blaž Košorok, our State Secretary, who could not be with us today due to unforeseen personal circumstances. Instead, I'm stepping in. My name is Darko Trajano. I am the Director General of the Directorate for Transport Policy and Sustainable Mobility here in the Ministry of Infrastructure. So thank you for inviting us to the 19th EPTS Congress with this year's very relevant topic about the challenges and solutions for mobility and logistics in cities. As a context to your discussion, I would like to present the efforts and steps Slovenia is making during the EU presidency and also beyond in the transport sector. We heard today already that the EU aims to become the first emission-neutral continent by 2050, a big challenge indeed. We know that transport is one of the key sectors for a sustainable transition under the European Green Deal, and at the same time, one of the sectors that has been most badly affected by the pandemic crisis. It is also one of the main sectors to secure the success of the decarbonization policy, the objective being 90% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. This is a major challenge in the EU and will require exceptional financial, technological and development efforts. So on 14th July this year, the European Commission adopted the Fit for 55 package to prepare the EU policies on climate, energy, land use, transport, taxation, to reduce the net greenhouse gas emission by at least 55% by 2030 compared to the 1990 levels. So these proposals from the package, they aim to make all sectors of the EU's economy fit to meet the challenge. They aim to set the EU on a path to reach its climate goals and targets by 2030 in a fair, cost-effective and competitive way. So what are the priorities of the Slovenian presidency in the transport sector? Firstly, it is recovery after the pandemic crisis, which must go hand in hand with the transition of the transportation and the transport sector towards more sustainable and innovative mobility. Therefore, we are following two main objectives: sustainability and resilience. Transport is one of the key economic sectors in the EU, and all measures must be consistent with securing further EU competitiveness. However, with all measures, both transport workers and its users must remain at the forefront. We need cohesive, social, and inclusive mobility for all. 2021 is declared as the year of railways. The increase in rail freight and passenger transport in the EU is essential for our decarbonization efforts. Slovenia supports all activities aimed at promotion of this sector. The establishment of a modern national and international rail infrastructure, high-speed rail connections, integrated competitive EU rail market, and modern interoperable train technologies are essential to raise the attractiveness and consequently the modal share of rail passenger and freight transport in the EU. Our further focus of the presidency is promotion of e-mobility, of course in combination with energy from low emission sources. In the last years, we can observe significant progress in the automotive industry towards electrification. However, further efforts are needed in order to increase the offer of e-vehicles and reduce prices. At the same time, works are underway to provide sufficient recharging infrastructure along the TEN-T networks and along national road networks. Urban nodes are one of the most important areas in this regard. It is, however, clear that in order to reach the objective of climate neutrality, the transport sector will need a range of different technological solutions and alternative fuels adapted to specific needs of different transport modes. In line with these priorities, the Slovenian presidency is working hard towards early agreement on the alternative fuels infrastructure regulation. In parallel, the debate on the files of on refuel aviation and refuel maritime, which are also part of the Fit for 55 package, is in progress. So these two files will provide alternative fuels for the aviation and maritime sector. The transport sector has been severely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic crisis. Freight traffic, perhaps to a lesser extent than passenger traffic, but both will take a long time to make a full recovery. The European Commission is addressing this issue, and in December, we expect that a comprehensive contingency plan will be presented to the member states. An efficient and well-functioning EU market and good connections with neighboring countries are essential for a resilient sector. Therefore, we look forward to the TEN-T revision proposal expected in December, which aims to complete the EU core network by 2030. We expect that the urban dimension will have more prominent role in the new regulation. So this initiative, the TEN-T revision, will come together with the revised Intelligent Transport Systems Directive. So good cross-border links and improved connectivity with the Western Balkans is one of the horizontal priorities of the Slovenian presidency. Together with our partners from Austria, Croatia, Serbia, Bulgaria, North Macedonia, and Greece, we are preparing a letter of intent with the aim to create a new Alpine Southeast Core Network corridor. Our aim is to submit this letter of intent to the European Commission as soon as it is signed by all parties. So just a quick glance at the aviation sector. There we started negotiations with the European Parliament on the Single European Sky regulation. The two institutions have diverging views on some key issues. The presidency is conducting negotiations with the aim to make substantial progress while respecting the principles of sovereignty and proportionality. To conclude, I would like to get back to the Fit for 55 package. It is a complex and interlinked legislative package which has to be taken into account during the negotiations in the Council and in the Council of the EU. Allow me to point out the introduction of the new emission trading scheme for buildings and road transport sectors. it received great attention and responses among member states, in particular with regard to its socio-economic consequences that need to be evaluated further in order to choose the best path toward decarbonization of road transport. As you see, ladies and gentlemen, the challenges for the transport sectors are huge. Mobility and logistics in cities is for sure one of the areas that need specific attention of our transport policies. With this, I'm concluding my presentation and I'm wishing you a successful discussion in the following 2 days. Thank you very much.
Mr. Traiano, Mr. Director General, thank you very much for your introduction. You are tackling the topics which we are going to discuss during this 2 days in Maribor. Thank you very much. And now I would like to give a word to Henrik Hololei, who is Director General of the DG of Mobility and Transport of the European Union. So, Mr. Hololei, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, I cannot be with you in person today. However, I take pleasure in sharing with you some of my thoughts on the future evolution of mobility and transport in the EU, and on the role and relevance of European policies in this context. The transport sector is undergoing a substantive transformation. The next 10 years might see more change than the past 30 years. Among other, this is due to the profound impact of digitalization on the transport sector. Yet, it will also be due to the need of decisively reducing transport emissions, which is triggering a rapid uptake of clean vehicles and fuels. The coming years will represent an important moment for the transition towards more sustainable transport and mobility systems as stipulated in the European Green Deal. Today, when we are on our way out of pandemic, we know that we need to build back better and build back sustainably. For transport sector, this means the reduction of greenhouse gases of 90% for 2050. It will be a challenging task, but the Commission has been laying down the appropriate framework with policy proposals that aim to take us along this path with the right framework, incentives and tools. The experience of the COVID pandemic is that in times of crisis, concerted, proportional and timely responses at the EU level are necessary to achieve common goals. While delivering on the European Green Deal, we must also do our utmost to continue to preserve the integrity and enhance the functioning of the single European transport area. And this means that while tackling the challenge of decarbonizing transport, we equally focus on the importance of the single market, which is absolutely essential for the cross-border mobility of our citizens and for the competitiveness of our industry and services sector. This approach has been enshrined in the Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy adopted by the Commission last December. On July this year, in the so-called Fit for 55 package, the Commission in turn has followed up with the first set of concrete proposals. Please allow me to highlight just 3 of them, which are directly concerned and worked by my team and the team of our Commissioner. By 2050, nearly all cars, vans and buses, as well as new heavy-duty vehicles, are supposed to be zero emission. In order to make it happen, we need to deliver a sufficient and effective recharging and refueling infrastructure. The proposed alternative fuel infrastructure regulation aims at ensuring that the deployment of recharging and refueling infrastructure keeps pace with the growing share of zero-emission vehicles in our fleet. It will help our manufacturers meet their reduction targets and maintain their global competitiveness in highly dynamic markets. Beyond road transport, we need to ensure that all transport modes have meaningful alternatives at hand to decarbonize their operations. By 2050, we need to see a massive deployment of sustainable alternative fuels and clean technology options for planes, ships and trains, as well as increased efficiency in their operation. To this aim, the Refuel EU Aviation sets an obligation on airlines to uplift sustainable aviation fuel blended jet fuel when flying from EU airports by making it the only available jet fuel by 2030. And at the same time, an obligation on fuel suppliers to include increasing shares of sustainable aviation fuels into jet fuel from 2025 to 2050. The FuelEU Maritime proposal will set progressively lower thresholds on the greenhouse gas content of the energy used by our ships arriving to or departing from EU ports, thus ensuring that the maritime sector also has a clear pathway to decarbonization. But of course, our work does not stop here. Our mobility strategy has put forward a list of additional measures that the Commission will be taking to make transport more sustainable, smarter and more resilient. Later this year, we continue its implementation and we aim to come forward with additional proposals to revise the regulation of the Trans-European Transport Network, to revise the Directive on the Intelligent Transport Systems, and to set out the new EU Urban Mobility Framework. All this should support multimodality and smart digital solutions that help to facilitate this. Cities are and should therefore remain at the forefront of the transition towards greater sustainability. This latter initiative will aim to help regions and cities to develop safe, inclusive, smart, resilient and sustainable urban mobility, well ahead of the 2050 target. This could be done, for example, by strengthening the framework for sustainable urban mobility planning and for sustainable urban mobility indicators, including through the revised TEN-T regulation. Sustainable urban mobility planning should also include the freight dimension through dedicated sustainable urban logistics plans. These plans will accelerate the deployment of zero-emission solutions that are already available. Finally, I would like to draw your attention to our upcoming actions on rail. The strategy recognized that rail is already one of our most sustainable transport modes, and it aims to double high-speed rail traffic by 2030 and rail freight traffic by 2050. This is why we are holding the European Year of Rail in 2021, 1 year after the launch of the European Green Deal. I also hope that you have had the occasion to follow the Connecting Europe Express, which is just concluding its exciting journey across Europe, going through 30 different cities, 100 stops in the course of the 36 days. A rail journey that has never been undertaken in Europe before that. And this journey is there to highlight the challenges and opportunities faced by this highly sustainable transport mode. Ladies and gentlemen, greening mobility will be the license for the transport sector to grow sustainably. Our aim is to provide a supporting framework and a well-functioning single market that enables our industry to find the most suitable solutions for the economic transition. If we succeed, our proposals will lead to better quality of life for people in the EU and offer new opportunities for European industry. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a successful conference with many fruitful and exciting exchanges. Stay well.
So the first part of our conference is finished. We're proceeding now to concrete work. We have some problems with the connection with our colleagues from Zagreb. And if the problem is not solved, I would kindly ask Dr. Yeah, is it okay? Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so it is my pleasure, Dr. Abramovich, to greet you. And I'm giving you the floor in order to chair the first session. As agreed upon, each presenter has 10 minutes time to present and your duty is to control the performance according to the foreseen time of the presentations. Thank you very much, and Borna, please take over the chair.
Okay, thank you, Professor Božičnik. I also warmly welcome all people that are in vivo present on this conference. Of course, I'm sending my best regards to all of us that are online. I really hope so that our connection will be stable and good, like for 21st century. Currently in Zagreb, it's quite heavy storm, so I hope so that we get electricity. So when it's electricity here, I think everything will be just fine. So I would like to open our first session of our conference, named Green Transport Policy and Governments in European Perspective. I think this session will be quite interesting for all of us. And after presentation, I propose that we get some question and answer and discuss a little bit about topic that will be presented. This session is quite special because, as you see, I'm the chairman. My name is Borna Abramovic. I'm coming from University of Zagreb, and I'm online. Also, some of presenters will be online, and some of the presenters will be in vivo. So it's quite COVID pandemic conference. So for today, our first speaker is Matthias Fuchs with the title, The Mobility Compass, a new way to find relevant researchers and cooperation partners in Europe. I think that Matthias is live, so he will join us on the floor. Please, Matthias.
Hello, Borna. I'm not sure if you can see me. I hope so.
Okay, I can see you now. Okay, excellent.
Yeah, okay.
Excellent.
So we are seeing you all the time here. You have a big screen here. Okay. So I'm starting with my presentation. Just a question for Technic. Do I have to start presenting, or is it fine with the... Okay. All right. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to have this first talk today to showing you our project, showing you the Mobility Compass. Because today we're going to hear a lot of interesting contributions about the challenges and also the solutions for a better, greener future, especially in the field of mobility and transport research. And what we can all agree is that, or what we should all agree, because we're here, is one major aspect of these solutions is the exchange between ideas, exchange between fields of interest, exchange between people. And therefore, I'm not presenting you a concrete research project in mobility and transport today. What I'm presenting you is a project to support your research. So, as I said, with the Mobility Compass, we're aiming to support interdisciplinary cooperation. And we figured out, or we see that the field of mobility and transport research is a field with numerous people working in different fields, different speeches, and trying to integrate all of them. And we see in Germany, in Europe, and all of the world, decentralized structures. We have big players, but also some small ones, and also some who maybe not thought they were working in this field, but are very important for mobility and transport research. And what we are trying to prevent is, with our non-commercial Mobility Compass, what we're trying to prevent is to come up with a new social platform, and with all the effort which has to put into you, which has to put in it by you as the researchers. So, what did we do? So, in short, we are collecting open data from different data sources, aggregating them and indexing them with a thesaurus and presenting them to you at www.mobility-compass.eu. What we did, if we go a little bit deeper, is that we are relying on the concept of linked open data and semantic web. As I said, we are using open data and structured them with a given data scheme. That makes it easy for using the data for us, but also using those aggregated data about the research output of different researchers all over Europe, using this data in other projects. And again, we are indexing this data with a wide and deep vocabulary, which also contains electric fields, contains different levels of autonomous driving, but also contains traffic or general concept like animals. So it's a wide vocabulary with over 10,000 topics, which is today with a focus on English language. To presenting those data, we are using an open source tool called Vivo. Vivo is a current research information system with a bright development community. And this also helps us to take things from the community and also to give them back. So what you're seeing today is also reusable as a principle for other concerns. And last but not least, we are developing the last 3 years together with the community to figure out how we can get to a good usability, how we can make it easy to use, and which data we need. So what I'm showing you today is actually the stand of the project, the stand of the Mobility Compass, which all you can reach at, like I said, it's German, www.mobility-compass.eu. So let's dive directly in. So, as you can see here, we are at the starting page of the Mobility Compass. You can get a tour here on this side, but today I'm your guide, so we are going direct in the Mobility Compass. I mentioned before that we have over 10,000 topics indexing the data we are aggregating. Here you see you see the topic graph, which is with selected or with pre-selected topics, which shows just a little picture of all the data we have in the Mobility Compass. So this is one way to start your exploration to the field of mobility and transport research in Europe. Another way is about the working places, locations of different researchers, if we have those data, because actually they are kind of hard to find, but we are on our way to increasing quality and quantity of the data all the time. And the third way, maybe also intuitive, is in the upper right corner, where you can just type in your search words, persons, institutions, whatever you like, and see if we have it. So, showing you one use case could be if you're working or if you're if you want to came up with a project and searching cooperation partners. And actually, last time there was an engineering group asking me, "Hey, I'm searching partners for working with old people, Alzheimer's disease. We are engineers, we are not medicines. Do you have any expert on these fields?" And what you can do in this kind is trying to, so we came up with this word in the project, Alzheimer's disease. And what happens now is that we small the number of people to 55 people by Alzheimer's disease, and can now select topics, for instance, in the topic graph. So Alzheimer's disease and fitness to drive was the project about, and maybe also about crash, or I can also go into a driver. And as you can see here, there's a little triangle, and the triangle means there are even deeper topics under driver. So because we're using this vocabulary, which is structured with a hierarchy, and here you can see we have under driver, we have age driver, automobile driver, and it was the case here. And getting 3 people, and we take the first one, Dior Dick, which is a researcher from the Netherlands. And as you can see here, this is the so-called dashboard of a researcher. Yeah, this is the so-called dashboard of a researcher, where you have all the aggregated data to this researcher. You have all the topics which are connected with them. You have all the publications we have in our system. Like I said, these are data from open source or from open data sources. You have the working locations. You can see check out his networks and his publication history and kind of get a view on it, if it's a useful or an interesting contact for you to make. And last but not least, if you want to, you can also jump in a search engine and trying to get contact data and trying to get in contact with the researcher at this point. Okay. And getting in contact, oops, this is a backup. Getting in contact is the important thing. I want to invite you all here in Maribor and at the screens to try it out and to give us your feedback about usability, about the data. Get in contact with us so we can develop this tool even further as one point where you in today and in the future can search for interesting cooperation partners, network partners, researchers. Thank you. That was my presentation of the Mobility Compass.
Okay. Thank you, Matthias. Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you, Matthias, once again. Is there any quick question from the audience? I would like to ask, when the audience has a question, that you wait that the microphone come to you. Okay, because we are online, so you need to have a microphone in front of yourself when you ask the question. One moment, please. I have some chat question. Oh no.
Borna, do you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, we have a special session at the end, so the questions will be at the end.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Matthias. So our next speaker will be Milovan Kovač for Faculty of Transport and Traffic Engineering, University of Belgrade, with the topic Smart Solution for the Problems of City Logistics. Milovan is online with us, so please, Milovan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Borna. I hope you can see my presentation at the conference.
We need a second.
Mm-hmm.
Not yet. Please, you can start.
Okay, thank you again. Greetings, everyone. My name is Milovan Kovač. I will be presenting a paper that I worked alongside with my colleagues Snežana Tadić and Mladen Krstić from the University of Belgrade, Faculty of Transport and Traffic Engineering, and Nikolina Brnjac from the University of Zagreb, Faculty of Transport and Traffic Sciences. Our paper is focused on smart solutions for the problems of city logistics. So transportation is the most visible logistics activity with the most negative effects on the environment. We are all witnesses that transportation accounts for 1/4 of the European Union's greenhouse gas emissions, and it is still growing. The European Union established the European Green Deal strategy, one of which main goal is to reduce emissions from transportation further and faster. The European Union transport system and infrastructure should be made fit to support new sustainable mobility services that can reduce congestions and pollution, especially in urban areas. In other words, a theoretical, practical foundation must be set for developing sustainable logistics systems and networks. Accordingly, it is obvious that city logistics represents an important planning domain because of its tight bonds with the sustainable development of urban areas. The cities are experiencing intensive changes in logistics demands due to ongoing trends. For example, globalization and consumer society growth, the shift in production, which is based on individualization, personalization, and shorter life cycles of products, the development of Industry 4.0 based on technological advancement, automatization, digitalization, and so on, the development of electric commerce, sustainability problems, etc. The existing logistics systems are unable to adapt to these changes and are becoming inefficient and unsustainable. The ongoing trend also represents an opportunity for rethinking the existing and planning and development of new sustainable logistics systems. Our goal was to propose smart, sustainable city logistics solutions with the aim of mitigating unsustainable effects of logistics, which are emissions, urban congestions, safety risks, vibrations, noise, and so on. The European Green Deal strategy acknowledges the importance of automated and connected multimodal mobility, together with smart traffic management systems enabled by digitalization. The ongoing phenomenon in city logistics is the increase of small delivery frequencies, which cause most of the problems in the planning and realization of logistics activities. This trend tends to continue in the future. Therefore, it is urgent to plan and develop sustainable solutions of city logistics. In our paper, we have defined the sustainable city logistics solutions as the combinations of city logistics concepts, initiatives, measures, and technologies of Industry 4.0. The 4 different solutions that we defined will be explained in the next few slides. I will begin firstly with pointing out their common features. First, the presence of urban consolidation centers at the outskirts of urban areas. This means that all included goods flows should be consolidated at the peripheral regions of cities. Second, application of advanced robotics in goods handling processes, order picking, marking, sorting, etc. within the urban consolidation centers. Its aim is to make the processes at urban consolidation centers maximally efficient and sustainable. At last, the application of decision supporting systems and the application of blockchain technology in order to make the decision-making processes easier and to ensure data safety. Now I will explain every solution by its own. The first solution refers to the combination of the ideas of urban consolidation centers to parcel lockers is realized with road delivery vehicles. Flow generators can collect the goods from parcel lockers, but also the registered crowd agents can take over the delivery on the relation parcel lockers to generators, or even on the relation urban consolidation center to parcel lockers. The application of crowdsourcing in delivery would provide system access for crowd agents, the information about deliveries that are available for taking over, and the communication with logistics providers and flow generators. With the application of augmented reality, it is possible to visualize the possibilities for package storage in parcel lockers, as well as to inform the crowd agents about potential delivery routes, traffic conditions, and so on. In this case, augmented reality would represent an integral part of the cloud computing platform, while being available to all crowd agents with appropriate hardware. The application of Internet of Things is apparent because it is required to set up adequate communication between urban consolidation centers, delivery vehicles, crowd agents, and all other entities in such a system. The second solution is based on the concept of flow micro-consolidation and the application of autonomous vehicles. The development of micro-consolidation centers in the delivery zones aim to shift the transportation work to autonomous vehicles. The delivery at the relation urban consolidation centers to micro-consolidation centers is realized with road delivery vehicles, while the relations from micro-consolidation centers to flow generators, autonomous vehicles are utilized, autonomous ground vehicles and drones. Artificial intelligence makes it possible for autonomous vehicles to independently plan and realize their deliveries and to adapt to the conditions in the environment. Now, aside from the urban consolidation centers, advanced robotics could be also applied at the micro consolidation centers for all the activities that refer to the handling of goods. In the third solution, the delivery is realized through the combination of road delivery vehicles and drones. Road delivery vehicles play the role of moving depots that visit the locations that are reserved for launching drones for the realization of the last delivery phase. Aside from the drones, the road vehicles are equipped with advanced robotics, which is responsible for the automatization of goods handling and its loading of drones. As in previous solution, the application of drones is automated through artificial intelligence and does not require the involvement of humans, while this synchronization is made possible with Internet of Things and real-time tracking. The fourth solution refers the application of cargo trams for goods transportation to loading stations in the delivery zone, where the modal shift to light delivery vehicles, for example, bicycles, cycles, scooters, and so on, takes place. The application of augmented reality is possible in the last phase of the delivery as a support for the drivers of light delivery vehicles, and in combination with Internet of Things, it ensures on-time information about the incoming goods and loading stations. At the loading stations, it is possible to apply also advanced robotics to automate the goods handling activities. In order to evaluate all these solutions, 11 different criteria were defined as shown on this slide. So we have efficiency, modal shift of transport work, re-engineering level, development of additional infrastructure, reliability of the solution, flexibility of the solution, the complexity of the regulatory framework defining its effect on mobility, environmental impact, operational complexity of delivery, and acceptability. I won't go through all of these criteria because most of them are self-explanatory and we're a little bit short on time. So in order to evaluate all of the solutions, we developed a novel hybrid multi-criteria decision-making model, which is based on two phases. The first phase purpose is to extract the weight of the aforementioned criteria, and we use the best-worst method for that. In the other part of the model, we use the CODAS method for actually evaluating the solutions according to the criteria weights we obtained in the previous phase. The whole model is developed in a gray environment in order to be able to tackle some ambiguity and vagueness in the information and the process. Now, there are two input data tables for the model. First, the criteria importance evaluation by stakeholders. In this case, the stakeholders are providers of logistics services, users of those services, local authorities, and residents. And secondly, the second input table, it's about alternatives evaluation according to the defined criteria performed by experts. For the evaluation, linguistic values that can be transformed into gray sets are used. Therefore, the gray environment. Now, after applying the model, the results indicate the potentially best sustainable solution for city logistics is the second one, which refers to the combination of micro-consolidation centers and autonomous vehicles with application of artificial intelligence and Internet of Things technologies. We see that it is first ranked among all the solutions. Now, about the results, the application of sustainable city logistics solutions would have significant positive effects on the sustainability, especially the best one according to the model. Its effects would be efficient process realization, reduction in air pollutant emissions, noise and vibrations, reduction on traffic and congestions caused by delivery vehicles, improving the attractiveness of the city, promoting the application of smart technologies, and so on. The practical implications of our paper is in providing guidelines and base points for policy creators and decision makers in cities when defining smart solutions for logistics. Also, we provided a framework for the definition and evaluation and selection of new solutions, not just the ones that are proposed here, and in providing a simple but efficient tool for decision makers in problem solving in this, also in other areas as well. So, the goal was to find a sustainable, potentially sustainable solution that would meet all the modern challenges of goods distribution in urban areas with the application of advanced Industry 4.0 technologies. The main contributions of the paper are the definition of original smart city logistics solutions, the creation of a framework, as I said previously, and the development of a novel hybrid multi-criteria decision-making model. Directions of future research is in further development of the defined solutions, the identification of new application possibilities for the technologies of Industry 4.0, the development of completely new solutions, analysis of their practical feasibility, and of course the application of the developed model for solving of other problems. So this is from me. Thank you for your time, and if anyone got a question, we can hear it later, I guess.
Okay, thank you, Milovan, for your presentation. Excellent. So the next presenter is live in the audience. So I would like to call Michal Matovitsky from Czech Technical University in Prague, in Czech Republic, with his paper titled Improving the Attractiveness of Mass, the European Survey on Public Attitude. Please, Michal, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you very much. My name is Michal Matovitsky, as you could hear, and I'm presenting to you today a short summary of our work focused on attractiveness of mobility as a service and the project from which data for our paper were collected. The paper was prepared together with my colleagues Pavla Peherkova and Ondřej Přibyl, and we focused on mobility as a service, the shared economy, one of the ways for a greener and better mobility for the future, where we can interconnect multiple travel modes without owning a vehicle itself, but just using a service of transportation. The data collected was part of the Mass Together project in a KIDS framework. Together with the Czech Technical University, multiple partners from multiple categories of stakeholders were involved, automobile manufacturers, the city governors of the Helsinki city, of the Tel Aviv city, Fraunhofer Institute in Germany. We focused on certification, standardization, and attractiveness of mass and the ways how to identify what people are interested in mass, what are the parameters and characteristics of mass that could convince them to use this transport mode. In this paper, we focused on the data collected in international European survey. 4 countries participated in the survey: Germany, United Kingdom, Poland, and the Czech Republic. We collected over 1,600 samples from each of those countries. Blocks in a survey were divided into personal information like socio-demographic information, latent variables, and opinions of people on different aspects of transportation, and not only. Then the choice experiment, when stated preference about the attractiveness of different transport modes was stated by the respondents, and their behavior intention of use mass in the future. The survey was conducted over 5 days using internet-enabled panel. I will not speak that much about the exact results and every conclusion that we have from the paper. I would like rather to have your interest and then point you to our paper and then read exactly what did we examine and what were the results. But I will try to at least spoil you with the few most important aspects of our study and the results that we achieved. In our study, we used blocks A, which was the personal information, socio-demographic information of the respondents, and then the stated preference of the intention of mass use in the future. We used the Likert scale for identifying the intention of mass use from 1 to 5, when 1 was I'm not intending to use mass whatsoever, 5 was I definitely will use mobility as a service, 3 I'm not decided. In our study, we focused heavily on the people, on the respondents who answered as a 3, I'm not decided, I have no opinion on this topic, I don't know, as we believe that these are potential vulnerable clients of the mass service providers, potential users of the mobility as a service. First, we used some chi-square test to identify whether these users, these respondents who were undecided, could be categorized as the same people, in general, the same sample size as all the collected answers. Then we use some descriptive statistics to focus precisely on these undecided users, who they are, and what is important for them in mobility as a service, in mobility transportation as such. We find out that undecided users, in general, taking the personal information, they are not much different than, not statistically different significantly from overall respondents. One, there were some exceptions, for example, age, which I'll speak a little bit later. We find also that the constraints that the people told themselves that they have on their travel to work, from school, from school were very important, and they have very big impact on whether the mass is attractive and whether they would think of using mass in the future. Here we can see the question of what other activities do you have on the way to from work or school, and on the graph, we can see the forest plot of odds ratio of the respondent using mass in the future, given the restraints that he has on the way to from school. As we can see, basically any constraints that they have significantly decrease their chances of adopting mass. So as Professor Berg said in one of his papers, these constraints, he theorized that this is one of the things that we have to tackle in order to move people to public transportation, to mobility as a service, to shared economy, because the comfort during the additional constraints is important for them, and flexibility on the way to and from their final destination during the day. So who actually are undecided users? We found out, among others, that they are slightly older than users who are decided on topic of using mass or not using the mass. And then on the bar plot next to the age plot, we can see that, for example, traveling together is important for them, but the freedom of route choice, the social acceptability is not that much important for undecided mass users, but it's often important for them the technology, how technology acceptable it will be, if it's safety, if it's simplicity to use it, and the travel time that it will take. So these users are mostly interested in finding out whether they can travel with mass as fast as they could with the independent travel means, and whether using of this application, of this mass travel mode is easy for them. This goes together with a slightly higher age and may point towards the fact that older users are undecided because they don't know what to expect from us, whether it's safe to use mobility as a service, both from financial point of view and the personal point of view, whether it will be easy and the application would be really seamless, and the way to use mass would be for them not a big shock and change from their current way of traveling. This was the most important facts that we learned and that we did. If you're interested in more, then I will be happy to answer your questions in a question session, or please read our paper and you can find definitely more information there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Michael, for your time good spent presentation. So we can proceed with next presentation. So our next speaker is our host, Professor Stane Božičnik. He is officially from Faculty of Civil Engineering, Transportation Engineering and Architecture of University of Maribor, of course in Slovenia. So Professor Božičnik will have a presentation entitled Urban Transport Policy Measures based on lessons learned from basic principles of the UE ETS. So please, Professor Stane, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We have heard from our speakers greeting this conference that Green Deal is really a big thing, and also Fit for 55 is even a bigger issue. So I will concentrate very shortly on the basics of the environmental economics. I will make just a summary of the Green Deal important for the transportation, and we will suggest a solution because we consider some of the elements of the Green Deal and Fit for 55, especially for transport, as very, very challenges and sometimes very difficult. So basically, environmental economics are talking about market failure and this is also the basic concept of environmental economics. So what is the basic theoretical idea? The idea is that the quantity supplied does not match with the quantity demanded, and the problem is mismatch, imbalance of prices, imbalance of consumption, and also in production. What is the solution? To internalize the externalities, it means give additional price burden to the externality causing activity in order to establish the normal market mechanism again. So we have two possibilities how to do that, and the economic theory is teaching us that governmental intervention is crucial for this activity. So only by governmental intervention we can do that. We can do it by command and control mechanisms, which is laws, prescriptions, and on the other side with the market-based instruments. There are two basic taxes, Pigou taxes, so the fixed burden to the externality based activity, or tradable permits. Commission is basically has chosen tradable permits as the instrument for controlling the CO2 emissions. So what is the basic difference? The tax mechanism is, we know what is the additional tax burden, but we do not know what will be the effects on the consumption or production. If we are taking tradable permits, we are limiting the pollution, but we don't know what will be the market price for that. So we have said a lot about the Green Deal, so I will not repeat the things, but we have heard today already. Important is that the Green Deal is introducing tradable permits scheme, that they are introducing cap for CO2 emissions, that they are covering about 42% of the total CO2 emissions right now, and that within the Fit for 55 requirements, we have to decrease CO2 emissions by 4.2% per year. So I think this is a very hard, very hard requirement. What is happening now because of this cap on the European market for the CO2 emissions? From January 21 to September 21, so the price for CO2 has doubled. It doesn't theoretically looks very nice, but if you will ask the air transport companies, or if you would ask the energy producing companies or material producing companies, you will hear a lot of problems and sad stories. So it is a problem how to face with this problem in future. Green Deal is regulating three transport modes already. Air at the beginning, so it is also ongoing process. The problem is that they are going to auction the tradable permits. It means that the positive impact on rational behavior of the transport companies will be decreased because they will have to buy tradable permits on auctions. So that is another problem which we will be facing. In 23 to 25, we are introducing tradable permits for maritime transport, not only for transport within the European Union, but also 50% for the CO2 emissions to the other continents and back. In 27, we are introducing tradable permits for the road transport, but there is a big problem, and this is the basic of our intervention and our suggestion, because the problem is that Fit for 55 is foreseeing upstream system, and they are going to tackle only fuel-producing companies. The basic element, which is for which the tradable permit is really good, is that it is forcing the user the polluter to act according to the, to behave rationally. And this concept is not doing that. Now we would like to say that mobility in urban areas is very important, that also in terms of CO2 emissions, because the urban areas are responsible for about 40% of total CO2 emissions of the transport, and only congestion is evaluated on about 100 billion euro per year. So what is basic of our suggestion? The basic is that we would suggest that we will tackle the road transport because it is responsible for 72% of the CO2 emissions of the transport. Civil aviation and water navigation, they have 13%, so basically this is not really an important area if we really want to decrease CO2 emissions. We have foreseen, like Green Deal, cap and trade system, and we would suggest to introduce the tradable permits for fuel for road transport. We would suggest to introduce smart cards, where we would have tradable permits loaded on the smart cards, and you can take or buy the gasoline if you have tradable permits loaded on available tradable permits loaded on the smart card. Free distribution of tradable permits, so certain number for free to all vehicle users or to all vehicle owners. We suggest to introduce single tradable permits system for road transport, and this one divided by vehicle category. So we can have several caps for personal cars, for vans, for light-duty vehicles, and for heavy-duty vehicles. So this is the instrument which will be based on the regional basis and gives the transport policy the possibility to control the volume and structure of the transport within the region and within the country as such. So these tradable permits markets would be connected together so that we are following the cap, overall cap on the country and on the international level. So why to give tradable permits to the users? Because it represents direct incentive for rational behavior of vehicle users, and in theory and practice it is confirmed that maximum efficiency of tradable permits is achieved when they are used on the most decentralized way. And we do not suggest auctioning of the tradable permits. So, as we have already mentioned, on this way we can have an impact on volume and structure of the transport on regional level. We can play with the quantity of transport, but we have to point out one important thing. Tradable permits are very strict, and it means introduction of tradable permits that we will sell less fuel, that fuel companies will have less margin, 821, and 831, we are losing income of budget from taxes and also from excise duties. So we have to keep that in mind. I think I have all this Green Deal is also very expensive. It is foreseen 2.6 trillion in 10 years. The problem are the questionable economic effects on top of the 750 billion of post-COVID regulation. And if we take into consideration that the CO2 emissions of Europe represent only 9% of the total world CO2 emissions, that Chinese are not strict about the CO2 market, the Americans don't know what to do, so there is a big question. Is reduction of 9% really saving the world of climate change? So this is the thing we have to think about that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Stane, for your presentation. Now we can move for the next presenter. The next presenter will be online. It's Tatiana Remencová from University of Žilina in Slovakia. So, Tatiana, vítaj na naša konferenca. You have a quite long title of your presentation, so I propose that you read it. Okay, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. So, good afternoon. My name is Tatiana Remencová, and I am a PhD student at Air Transport Department at the University of Žilina. Let me introduce the article, Comparison of the Legal Aspects of Acts of Unlawful Interference in Civil Aviation in the Conditions of the Slovakia and the Czechia. So, let's start. Sorry for technical issues, but I can't change the slide, sorry. So from the history, we can say that the air transport was a target of terroristic attacks. There were not much attention to it at first, but everything started to change after terroristic attacks on 11th of September in 2001. And there was the need to feel safer on board of the aircraft, especially from the side of the passengers and cabin crew. That's why the concept of aviation security has become a priority. The main goal of this article was to compare of the implementation of international standards in the legal systems of Slovakia and the Czechia. The issue of security in civil aviation is still current. That's why a lot of researchers are interested in this topic. The research from 2019 was focused on civil aviation security measures in accordance with European Union legislation. And the authors emphasized that the issue of security requires constant attention. The world is evolving really fast. That's why there is a need to respond immediately and work to improve security measures. The research from 2019 was focused on the protection against the acts of unlawful interference in civil aviation. And the authors said the airport security is the most sensitive area, and the intrusion of unwanted persons and hazardous materials to the air transport is a result of the gaps in security systems. So we have to be focused on the improving of security systems. And the last research from 2019 was focused on the theoretical and legal aspects of protection against the acts of unlawful interference, and the authors pointed to differences and ambiguities in terminology. So that's why they did harmonization of legislation, especially at the terminology at international level. The typology of threats against the civil aviation can be divided into several types, but there is still increasing trend of modern threats. That's why there are still some of attacks. The threats include the bomb on board of the aircraft, hijacking of an aircraft, attacks in the airport terminal area, used as a weapon, attacks from the ground, attacks on airline offices outside airports, sabotages, cyber terrorism, and unnamed area behind. As I said, the main goal of this article was to compare the implementation of international standards in Slovak and Czech Republic. So at first I will talk about the Slovak Republic, but in general we have to say that the Slovak and Czech Republic are the part of European Union, So it means that all regulation in the field of air transport is taking place on the level of European Union. So we have to respect their recommendations and implement it to our national legislative. So we have the Ministry of Transport and Construction of the Slovak Republic. It decides about the acceptance of international standards and recommendations of international institutions. The ministry is also responsible for issuing another generally binding rules. Then we have Transport Authority, where the part is the Civil Aviation Division. It ensures the performance of state administration and state professional supervision in the field of civil aviation. The most important normative act in Slovak Republic is the Civil Aviation Act, and it deals with the legal regulation of protection against illegal acts. It is divided into 12 parts, where the 7th part is dealing with this issue. We have Regulations L series, and it is the primary document in a national legislative in terms of the protection against the illegal. It was transformed through a regulation of Ministry of Transport as a transformation and implementation of Annex 17. And then there's also a national security program. Through this program, we can achieve a high level of safety and security and high level of efficiency and regularity in air transport. Let's move to the Czech Republic. In Czech Republic, the structure is a little bit similar, but there are some small differences. So there is the Ministry of Transport of Czech Republic, and it is responsible for creation the state policy in the field of air transport. And Air Transport Department is a part of ministry. It deals with the negotiations of international agreements. There's also Civil Aviation Authority, which is supported to the Ministry of Transport, and it is responsible for implementation of substantial steps in civil aviation, and also, in addition, it is responsible for investigating of aviation accidents. The most important document, as in Slovak Republic, is the Civil Aviation Act. It's the main document, and the 8th part of this document is focused on the protection against illegal acts. They have also Regulations L. They were transformed into national legislation by Ministry of Transport, and aim these regulations is to ensure minimum security of passengers, staff, and cabin crew in all areas of protection. And they have also national security programs, and they are issued as a separated unit. And in Czech Republic, they have 3 national security programs. So what we can say, we use the method of comparison. And when we compare the structure, we can say that it is the same for the both states, but the problems, Civil Aviation Act, we have to say that it is the main document for both states, but the Czech one was clearer and good structured. The Slovak Aviation Act wasn't good systemized, and the orientation was time demanding. And the problem is an accumulation of new provisions. So it means that it creates an inconsistent system, and sometimes there is a problem with good terminology. So the Czech one is better. And when we compare the Slovak and Czech L17, we must declare that the Czech one is suitably structured, and all relevant information were. And also we found that there is a different approach to ratification of Wien Convention from 2010, when the Czechia finalized this process in 2014. Slovakia is still in a process, so we will see what it will be in the future. What we can say for a conclusion, that the legislative represents one of the pillars in the field of aviation safety and security. And safety and security must be a priority in every country. But the problem is that there is a non-uniformity of legislative and specific measures in individual states around the world. So that's why we recommend the negotiations at international level with a focus on the harmonization of international regulation, especially the terminology, because we have to ensure the better future for our children. And high level of safety and security is possible to achieve only by respecting security measures and following procedures in conjunction with the use of state-of-the-art technologies, and also with using of artificial intelligence. So thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. It's everything from my side, so we can discuss after this session.
Excellent. Thank you, Tatiana, for keeping the time. Your plane will never be late. Okay. So our next speaker is our second host, Tomislav Letnik from Faculty of Civil Engineering, Transportation Engineering and Architecture from University of Maribor, with presentation entitled Estimation of Expected Impact of Logistic Trend on Urban Freight Transport from the Stakeholders' Perspective. So please, Tommy, the floor is yours.
Okay, Borna, thank you very much. I'm really happy that I see all of you here today in Maribor. My goal today is to speak something about city logistics. Mr. Hololei already explained at the very beginning that freight is also important. Freight also matters. I'm actually very happy that he said that, because several years freight was somehow neglected in policy documents and also in practical manner. Today I will speak about logistics trends, because I think it is really necessary that we understand what the future will bring. And we have to understand the current trends in order to see what kind of policies and measures we have to implement, because the strategies are built for the next 20, 30 years. So we really have to take into consideration the future trends. We also did an analysis and tried and asked several aspects what they think. I was speaking with my daughter a few days ago about this presentation. He said, "How can you predict the future? So what are you?" So I just told her, we asked experts, so they should somehow have a feeling what the future will bring. So, very generally, we know that urban freight issues are not something from yesterday. They started already after the 80s. So then we tackled the problem of urban freight traffic and congestion already. And the question is, what is with these problems? Are they arising? Are they somehow lagging behind? So we can see that they are evolving. And the city authorities did quite a lot of activities in that respect, so they try to understand what they can do. So they developed several policies, but at the end of the day, these problems are still there. So what is the problem? So what are the issues why these activities are not solved yet? We think that the problems are several. On the first place, we think that measures and policies were concentrated mainly on the last mile delivery, mainly on the city logistics issues, but we think that we have to take into consideration the supply chain perspective. We have to understand what is the origin of the freight, why we have so many deliveries and so on. The second topic, we have to understand that urban environment is really complex space. So we have many different stakeholders with different needs and different expectations, so we have to take them into consideration. And finally, we have so many new trends and so many new technological solutions. Based on that, we have new expectations and we can also develop new solutions. We have to take that into consideration. So, our idea is that we should take that as a basis and start to understand what we can do. So in our research, what we did, We did a desk research in order to understand what the strategic documents, scientific papers, industry-driven initiatives are saying about the future. So which trends they do see and what future we can expect. And then we identified these trends and classified these trends in consumption and production, spatial organization group, supply chain management, distribution, technology and equipment group. And at the end of the day, we did international survey. So we asked experts on the field of public authority, business, research, and others what they think, which measures will be most important and what they will bring into this whole process. Today I don't have enough time to go in details about all the logistics trends which identified. Just to give you an impression, in the consumption and production trend, we have e-commerce, we all know. During the COVID period, a lot of e-commerce activities were taking place. Grey power logistics, so the logistics of the aging society, new expectations is in front of us. Sharing economy, circular economy, we all know these trends. The only question is, do we take them into consideration by the policy making? Spatial organization and trends. So a lot is actually done in the last few years concerning the spatial planning. Try to understand the needs of the freight also. And logistics sprawl, so cities are growing and logistics sprawl is something which is causing several issues from the logistics point of view. We are managing logistics transport facilities. We try to understand what we should do in that respect. Supply chain management distribution, so vertical, horizontal collaboration among stakeholders. The idea of off-peak deliveries during the night. The idea of green supply chain, as the Green Deal actually suggests. Technologies and equipment, we know technologies, so every day almost some new solutions. Transport optimization, new tools are evolving. We have to take them into consideration. Physical internet at the end of the day is something we expect in 2050. So the results of our study, so we try to select just few of these logistics trends and ask experts what they think. And as you can see from this scatter plot, you can see that we selected 13 of these logistics trends. We are calling them drivers. And we did a survey for 63 experts from 24 countries. And we noticed that e-commerce, automated vehicles, CNG, grey power logistics and omni-channel logistics and desire for speed will have the biggest impact on urban freight in the future, and we have to take that into consideration by providing policies. Very interesting comparison, the results of the public authorities versus business. So, the public authorities thought that logistics impact will be not, so the impact of these trends will not be so huge, and it will be on the longer term, okay? But the business thinks totally opposite. They already see that these trends are already there, and we have to take them into consideration now, and they will have huge impact in a shorter distance. So this is the problem, this is the issue. Also the researchers are somehow, they have split ideas. They see that consumption and land use planning will have a lower effect, but technologies and equipment will have huge effect also on the shorter term. So some conclusions. So public authorities are searching for solutions for decades already, and we think that understanding development and understanding the trends will really, really help us to have better policies which will have better and concrete effects. And what we need to do? We need to include also other stakeholders in the policy-making process. It's not the best possible solution that also only policymakers are making the policy, so all other stakeholders have to be involved in this process. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Tommy, and thank you for keeping the time. Okay, our next presenter is online. So I would like to present Daniela Koltowska-Nerchowska from St. Clement Ohridsky University from Bitola, North Macedonia, with presentation entitled Smart Parking Management System, Architecture Design and Technological Issues. So please, Daniela, the floor is yours. turn on the microphone.
I hope now everything is okay. Dear colleagues, dear Borna, the conference participants, the title of my presentation is Smart Parking Management System, Architecture Design and Technology Issues. And as you can see from the presentation outline, I will talk about smart parking system. I will present our case study and proposed methodology, and I will end my presentation with some conclusions and further work. Car parking is a major problem in urban areas in both developed and developing countries. So following the rapid increase of car ownership, many cities are suffering from lacking of car parking areas with imbalance between parking supply and demand, which can be considered the initial reason for cities' parking problems. This imbalance is partially due to ineffective land use planning and miscalculation of space requirements during the first stage of planning. Shortage of parking space, high parking traffic tariffs, and traffic congestion due to visitors in search for parking place are only a few examples of everyday parking problems. So traffic congestion and resulting pollution affects the quality of life in urban areas. The questions that arise is how to model and analyze transport system and parking demand. So the progress toward more sustainable urban development and mobility is needed with the proper approach and set of a different measure and parking solution. I suppose that we are all agree that use of intelligent transport systems and parking management services can mitigate these problems, thus improving transportation sustainability by controlling systems more efficiently, facilitating behavior changes, and reducing fuel consumption. Thanks to information and communication technologies, we can improve the state of city parking with various types of application. It means that traffic problems and parking problems no longer need to be addressed not only by building new parking spaces, practice in my country, in developing countries, but also by making better use of existing ones thanks to modern technology. With regard to sustainable mobility, the optimal management of parking areas represent a fundamental aspect. And the intelligent application in the field of parking areas are necessary basis for building smart cities. We can divide smart parking systems into parking guidance systems, smart payment systems, transit-based information system, e-parking, and automated parking. Parking solutions have evolved by labs over the past 2 decades, and there are several different ways and perspectives for how these solutions are to be deployed in cities all over the world. And
sorry,
generally,
Daniela,
yes?
Can you push F5 and scroll the presentation because it's not moving?
Okay. Now?
Wait a moment. We have delay about a second.
Okay.
Try to go to another slide, to change the slide.
This is the first slide. This is the second.
No.
And
did you push
slide.
F5?
Yes.
Nothing happened.
Okay, I will.
Now you are on
try.
slide 5. Okay. Yes, and now push F. Now it's okay. Okay. Okay, now it's okay.
I can continue. Okay.
Yeah, you are on the side smart parking management.
Okay, thank you, Borna.
Okay, sorry for introduction.
It's okay, thank you. I will continue with some remarks about general categorization of systems and economy. So on today, generally existing solutions employ a diverse set of technologies and development strategy, and many variables and factors shape up the whole system, and all have major roles in its success or failure. And we can categorize this parking system based on 5 major subsystems: sensing infrastructure, communication infrastructure, storage infrastructure, application infrastructure, and user interface. So this structure or these subsystems are were our roadmap in designing and creating the own smart parking management system. The following list of the kinds of problems that typically occur in a community are inadequate information for motorists and parking availability, inefficient use of existing parking capacity, inconvenient parking options, inadequate parking methods, confusing parking policy, low parking turnover rate. This can occur when cars are parked in the same space for at least 4 hours on average. So this research tackles the problems of creating a data set for sustainable urban mobility analysis, but from the perspective of parking demand and pollution. Our capital city, Skopje, is not just capital city, but also the country's largest city. Approximately 1/3 of our population lives in Skopje, and daily over 9,000 people are traveling to Skopje, causing significant traffic demand. The challenge is to provide adequate parking to meet a community needs for mobility and economic strength, to encourage people to use other modes of travel, and to minimize the impact of neighborhood character. So on these pictures, you may see everyday traffic situation on the street and on the parking spaces in our capital city. Saturation, bottleneck, congestion, increased number of vehicles searching for parking space, air pollution. This is our problems. Data set regarding our methodology and related with our research. Data set for the first phase of research focuses on the data collection and design of system architecture framework. So data set of all parking location. When I talk about all, I mean for off-street and on-street parking data were summarized and mapped, and the number of parking space and parking demand per zone have been obtained. We are used different type of data, and also we have been used demand traffic model, Visum simulation model that was made it from the IDOM in 2009. Additionally, data set for fuel type of vehicle in Skopje have been obtained, and you may see that above 50% of vehicle use gasoline, and 45.46% of the vehicles fuel type is diesel. A smart parking system and is an architecture framework that combine different application platforms integrated into embedded systems. And we propose our parking management based on the implementation of 5 subsystems. So our smart parking system will be incorporate sensing infrastructure, communication infrastructure, application infrastructure, storage, and user interface. Sensing nodes and hardware sensors that collect parking location status data and send the acquired data to the application infrastructure using the communication infrastructure. The second, communication infrastructure is used to connect subsystems of the parking management systems and to allow their mutual communication. The communication infrastructure can be built by different communication technologies such as Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and etc. Application infrastructure in our proposed system architecture consists of a software modules, a web application, and web-based application used to monitor the status of parking location, to display and share their status, as well as to access and store data to storage infrastructure. Storage infrastructure stores the data received from the sensing infrastructure, which consists of an SQL database server and a file server that are both used for storing, processing, and analyze data. And finally, user interfacing. This is a part of the parking management system, which consists of a user web application as well as a user mobile application, both using sensed information to provide parking information to drivers. Both the user web application and the user mobile application obtain the needed information from the application infrastructure. Parking is certainly a global problem and one of the major concerns in the smart city, with parking information collecting from the sensing infrastructure or through participatory sensing. Smart parking services can provide a good platform to mitigate, if not completely resolve, the pain of finding a parking spot. And a smart parking management system will enable drivers to shorten their travel time, to improve revenues, as well as efficient utilization on the parking space. This research that I have presented today is research in progress. And the main idea was, and our main focus was to present the efforts in obtaining a preliminary data set for the analysis of parking data, and in parallel to present our vision and our system framework for smart parking management system for Macedonian capital city. We have problems. We have limitations regarding missing values in gathering preliminary traffic data, and also one of a list of open questions is availability and accessing of data for a longer period. So in the further period, we will focus on development of a new user-friendly and effective web application as a part of a hardware and software components of the proposed system, and also due to a survey that is in the progress, we will try to adding additional customer service. And in the end, I would like to thank to my MIC students, Alexandra Angelkova, because some of the presented data in this paper are part of her master thesis related with digitalization of services in parking area. Thank you for your time and for your...
Okay, thank you, Daniela, for your presentation. Excellent. And now, the last but not the least, our next presenter is live in the audience, Nicolas of Dracht. I hope so that I pronounced good. From University of Lyon in France. He has a presentation entitled Addressing the Challenges of Sustainable Mobility, Accessibility and Low Carbon Emission Assessment in Lyon Metropolitan Area, France. Please, Nicolas, The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nicolas Oftache. I am from the LAET, Transport, Urban Planning and Economics Laboratory from Lyon in France. Today I'm going to present you a work with Pierre Leviot about addressing the challenge of sustainable mobility. So today, the context of climate change forces us to take account transport-related greenhouse gas, GHG emission. You have more and more problem about congestion, about urban traffic in large metropolises area. So that means pollution. As a result, you have a deterioration of quality of life. In France, transport activities contribute to the most to greenhouse gas emission, around 30% of GHG emission. If we look at this graph, on the graph on the left, we can see that, as I said before, transport sector is about 30% of GHG emission. And if we look at the graph on the right, we can see that we have the evolution of GHG emission, and we see that for transport, GHG emission increased since 1990. And in other sectors it's decreased, but it's in transport it's increased in France. Here we see in the sector of transport what kind of where you have the most emission of GHG, and we see that it's a private car who has the most important GHG emission. So that means that it's important, and as we can see on the graph on the right, we can see that when we have new cars buy, and you see that more and more people buy gasoline car and not diesel. And you have also more and more electric car. So in this all that context, we have more and more low emission zones in Europe. Since 10 years ago, we have seen the deployment of low emission zones in Europe. In April, our low emission zone, it's area where the most polluting vehicles are regulated. Usually this means that vehicles with higher emission cannot enter in this area. In April 2020, there were 247 low emission zones in Europe, located in 13 different countries. In France, today, still in 2020, there are 4 active low emission zones. In Paris, Grenoble, Big Paris, and Lyon. So if we look at Lyon metropolitan area, if we do the focus on Lyon metropolitan area, it's one of the biggest metropolitan area in France, with a population of about 1.4 million inhabitants, and density in the center of the CBD of the metropolitan area around 10,000, more than 10,000 inhabitants per square kilometer. And other characteristic important in the Lyon metropolitan area, it's one of the best French metropole for the public transport. You have 4 lines of subway, 7 lines of tramways, 2 funiculars, more than 120 lines of bus, 9 trolleybus lines, and also 36 railway stations in this area. So if we look at modal share of different modes of transport homework journey in this area, On these three graphs, we have public transport in orange, private car in blue, and bicycle in purple. So on the graph on the left, we see what happened in the area of Lyon-Villeurbanne, that means in the center of the city, the CBD. You see that the public transport is very used, more than 35%, more than cars, than private cars. And that is in the center of the city. But if you look at the graph on the right, you see the Lyon Métropole area without the CBD. And you see that public transport is around 20%, and private car is about 68%. So that means that if you are not in the center where you have density and very good public transport, outside, a lot of time you're going to use car. Here you have the household car ownership rate, and you see that in the center of the city, household, you have 38% of household without car in the center of the city, but you can see that if you are outside the center, in some sector, you can have more than 58% of household with 2 cars or more than 2 cars. So that means cars are very important if you live outside the city, in the center of the city. If we look at the low emission zone perimeter in Lyon Métropole, it's the center of the metropole area, the CBD. It's 66 square kilometers area with density around 10,000. The municipality wanted to promote the circulation of the cleanest vehicle. It was this area was set up in 2020. It's very, very short, and it can be the sign that we're going to fight against polluting emission and CO2 emission. It becomes a priority for the municipality to do green mobility. So, for all that new transport policies rules, we want to modeling and simulated gas emission zone with GHG emission with a platform that we have for modeling and simulating accessibility to network and territories. And today we are just in the first step of the project. We do calibration of the transport model with current data. This is a long step because it's, the area that we use is bigger than the metropolitan area. In the second step, we're going to implement different scenarios of vehicle fleet composition and to see also modal shift, all that kind of scenario, to see what happened with GHG emission and what happened with also the cost of travel, how people can reach urban amenities of the cities. And the last step, we do comparative analysis of resulting GHG emission. So as a conclusion, it's very important to improve soft mobility for short distance in urban area. In Lyon, you have around 50% of short trips that was done by car, or you can use maybe soft mobility like bicycle or walking or public transport. And you have also to diversify sustainable mobility offer according to the specificities of the territories and the preference of individuals people. You have also to have credible alternatives to private car. So that means public transport or carpooling, and it's depending on density of the area and also large public investment. And when you do some low emission zone area, you have to see also the social accessibility, because some household with moderate households that don't have enough money, they're going to live outside the city, very far from the city. And if they have to go to the center of the city where they have employment, it will be a problem for them. So we have to find some solution. And also maybe reduce distance home to work, maybe controlling urban real estate prices. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Nicolas, for your presentation. So now it's time for all of us that are in vivo and online. So we can start with Q&A session. Maybe first I will look, is there any question in chat? One moment, please. No, currently there is no chat question. So we can start with the question from the audience in the hall. So is there any volunteer to want to ask something for our presenters?
Borna, thank you very much, Borna, for managing this session. Yes, I have a question to Stein, to Professor Bocichnik, concerning a very interesting presentation. In France, we saw a lot of Slovenian trucks in France. On the motorway here, I saw a lot of Slovenian trucks. You are very competitive in the trucking market all over Europe. So your presentation is very challenging for the trucking sector in Slovenia. What is the reaction? Do you have some contacts with the trucking association, representative of the truckers, and what they think? Is there a project in Slovenia to change? Is there a modernization of the engine? What is your ministry is working in this direction on the very famous trucking sector in Slovenia?
Thank you, Laurent, for your compliments, and thank you for your question. So the answer on your question is not that easy. But the first thing what I can say is that it all depends on the transport policy. If we compare the volume of truck transports on trucks, heavy-duty vehicles, between Switzerland and Italy, and between France and Italy. Between Switzerland and Italy, you have 70% of the freight on rail and 30% on trucks. In France, Italy, it is 90% on trucks and 10% on the rail. So the answer, from my point of view, is that everything depends upon the transport policy. The transport policy in Switzerland was very strict, and that's the reason why also the consequences are all on the transport structure. Now the question, what can we do to decrease the truck volume of heavy-duty vehicles on the Slovenian roads? It is the matter of transport policy of the European Union. As I pointed out already in the presentation, if Commission is serious, it has to attack the road transport, not the air transport, because the road transport is responsible for 72% of CO2 emissions of the transport sector, but we are attacking air transport, which is responsible for 15%. On the other side, I consider the transport policy of European Union as inconsistent and irresponsible. Why? If they are really keen to decrease CO2 emissions, they have to attack road transport, but not on the way that they will require from the fuel suppliers to decrease CO2 emissions per 4.2% per year. Can you imagine what can do the gasoline supplier or diesel supplier? Are they in the position, the structure of this fuel, to decrease CO2 each year for 4.2%? It is technically impossible. So the first problem, and the second problem, they do not impose tradable permits to individual users. And if you would have the smaller quantity of gasoline, then you will think, shall I drive or take a public transport? Shall I be responsible? A part of these permits I can sell. Somebody who has not a possibility to take a public transport, he or she will buy the tradable permits. So we need a consistent transport policy to answer on your question. And on the other side, we have to be sure that CO2 is really responsible for all of this climate change, what is now happening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stane, for your answer. So now I am calling the audience. Is there any other question? Can be also short comment.
Good afternoon, Wojciech Paprocki from Warsaw.
Hello, Professor.
I'm very glad to hear the presentation of Professor Božičník, and I have following question. Why shippers in Europe don't want to use railway? Because we have market, we have customer, and we have service provider. And we can't expect any changes on the market if we have the stable situation on the demand side of this market. It means the preferences of shipper are all the time the same. I will report tomorrow about this issue, what we can change on this freight market concerning the railway. But we should also consider that in reality we have no choice. We can suggest some choices, but when we are in the science, in the research, then we should prove if this choice is in reality possible, not only as a wish. This is the key question from my point of view. Thank you.
If I'm answering to your question from the bottom of my heart as researcher and trying to think scientifically, I think there are many options within the Green Deal and Fit for 55 which are more dreams than the reality. So this is the general question, my personal point of view. The second thing is your question about the road transport and the railways. I would answer it on this way. There is a constant demand, and I agree that it is a constant demand for transport on road. The problem is there is constantly no change of supply techniques in the rail transport. They are very unflexible, and this is the reason why majority of transport we still have on the road. In spite of shift to rail, in spite of all of these big stories, we are in practice not successful because the practical action in the transport demand, in the transport supply side of the railways is basically inflexible. And they are not changing the model for decades. I think this is the problem. The quality of the supply of the rail transport services. That would be my answer on your question.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I can give a comment because in my heart I am railway engineer, so I'm quite connected with railway. Next year I will celebrate 30 years of my work in railway engineering field. So quite a long time. So I can agree with Professor Božičnik that the railway do not change the paradigm how to supply the service. So, for example, one technological aspect. Last 70 years, we are talking about automatic coupling of freight trains in Europe. This thing, technically, it's very simple solution. They are using that in former Soviet Union states. They are using that in United States of America. They are using that in Canada, in Mexico. But in Europe, last 70 years, we cannot agree with kind of the standard we need to do for automatic coupling of the freight cars. So I think this is the point issue. The railway do not want to change from inside. And when they want to be better in the field of the giving better services and competitive services, they need to change inside of themselves. And then they will be better. Okay, so maybe one more quick question from the audience. Or you are all thirsty for the coffee? And tea, it will be also some tea. No? Okay, so we can close our first session of our conference. I would like to thank you all participants in vivo and participants online. I know that it's quite difficult and tough time. I hope so behind us. And next time when we meet, maybe in 1 or 2 months, we will all meet in vivo, so we will see each other, because when I see myself on this big screen, I'm not so big guy, so okay. But I hope so that we will have a great reunion again in vivo. And also I want to tell you all to enjoy our conference. There will be a lot of interesting topic next days. Thank you everyone and have a nice day.
Thank you, Borna. Thank you, Borna, for managing this session from the distance. You were very successful. Thank you very much. Now we have a 30 minutes break till 15:45. And I would kindly ask you to be back on time, because after the next session, we have to keep in mind that all of us, we have to be in the Hotel Piramida at 18:30. Our dean is waiting, because the dean has another obligations later, and she's a very nice lady, so I would kindly ask you to be there at 18:30 sharp, with a glass of champagne is waiting for you. Okay, thank you very much, and see you back at 15:45.
Bye-bye.
That we start with the next session. I'm giving the floor to the session chair, Professor Dr. Sönke.
Okay. So the audience is filling again. And I hope you all enjoyed the coffee and the delicious sweets. I was very impressed by the conference so far, and also by the food they served here. That was delicious and very, very good. Congratulations so far for everything you have done. My name is Sönke Reise. I'm a professor for transport and logistics, and especially port management at the University Wismar in Germany. Wismar is a relatively small town at the Baltic Sea. So the weather conditions are there at the moment the same, but only we have a little bit more wind. No, that was not the reality. So, okay, I have the pleasure to be the session chair today about green fuels and vehicles, and we have 9 presentations in this session. And this session will show us the great variety of possibilities and applications, options, but also some challenges, risks we see in this field. We have to research in to achieve the aim of the climate of the Paris Climate Agreement of 1.5 degrees. So we will start with Krzysztof Krawiec from Poland, and he will tell us about bus operations in Poland in spite of getting the zero emission level.
Thank you, Professor. Dear participants, on behalf of my colleague, Adrian Barchański from the same university, and myself, I'd like to show a little bit about the perspective of the organizers of transport in Poland in address to the problem of zero-emission vehicle deployment in public transport. So when listening to the public debate in Poland, especially listening to the policymakers, one may have kind of the impression that everything is solved and everything is clear, and actually the only we need to do is to wait until all the fleet will be electric. It is not that simple, in fact. And the goal of my speech and the studies we carried out at the Silesian University of Technology was to answer, to ask the stakeholders of this process, the operators, organizers of transports, also the experts, how do they see this problem. So today, as I have only 10 minutes, I would like to show the perspective of organizers of transport, but say also a few words about how do different stakeholders look at this process. So let me draw a background for my speech, how the electrification of public transport looks like in Poland at present. So at present we have 513 battery electric buses in Poland, mainly scattered across 4 cities of Warsaw, Kraków, and 2 smaller, Jaworzno and Zielona Góra. And many more are scattered, but only these 4 cities actually operate them on a regular basis. I mean, they are kind of a big percent of the fleet. Majority of them are manufactured by a Polish manufacturer of Solaris, but there are also Ursus and Volvo buses. But it is less than 2% of the entire bus fleet in Poland, so the number may seem quite large actually. Their share in the total number of public transport vehicles is less than 2%. But the number is growing, and this is how the situation looks like. And in 2018, since 2018, we have a new Act on Electromobility and Alternative Fuels, which enforces the authorities of more than 50,000 inhabitants to achieve the following level of zero-emission buses, which are defined as a vehicle using for propulsion electricity generated from hydrogen in fuel cells installed in the bus, or solely an engine whose duty cycle does not lead to emissions of greenhouse gases or other substances covered by the greenhouse gas management systems, and a trolleybus. And note that trams are not included in this definition. So even though we are speaking about zero-emission vehicles in public transport, we do not take into account trams in it, and this is by the provisions of this act. So we need to achieve 5% from January 1st, 2021, 10% from 2023, 20% from January 1st, 2025, and 30% from January 1st, 2028. So the motivation of our study was to ask the entities, the organizers of transport, who really need to carry out this transition. So how do they assess this legislation? And one might ask, why do we ask about them opinions? First of all, this is our task as researchers to ask interested parties about their opinion. And also, there is a huge gap between what one can hear from the policymakers and the practitioners of public transport in terms of how do they see this transition. The higher is the level, there is more optimism in terms of we would like to know the opinion of the organizers of transport. So these are the usually the public, it is the public sector, and their task in Poland is to organize how the public transport is designed, what are the timetables, which vehicles are used, etc. Do they have preferences for what their fleet should look like, and how are they consistent with the legislation? And in general, how do they see the future and the share of electric buses in their fleet? So we're searching for more than 20,000 inhabitant cities, and we identified 48 organizers of transport. And officially, we have only 16 answers, but unofficially, we have much more. And my presentation today is in light of this more. The questionnaire was quite long, it was 6 pages, but we are also clarifying issues later in personal, more unofficial talks. So if you ask Polish organizers of transport, what are the preferences? They are very conservative, because majority of them, more than 82% of them, prefer the current state of art as diesel Euro 6. Only 30% see electric buses as a preferred propulsion. Some of these cities have a policy to show themselves as eco-friendly cities based on electric mobility. And about the strategies of these organizers of transport, I will tell a bit more later. And in general, despite the previous slide, they see the need, or at least they see the increase in numbers of battery electric buses in future, and 82% of our organizers perceive the increase of battery electric buses soon. But when we think about the perception of the incentive a state or the EU can do to encourage them to increase the share of electric buses, 65% and even more unofficially told us that they see no incentive other than being enforced to do so, to increase this share. So they do not want to do this. I mean, this is the perspective of organizers of transport. By the way, the perspective of the operators, the entities which operate the buses, they have a bit more flexible approach to this problem. I mean, if they say something like this: if we got paid for this, we can do this. But it is the organizers who pay for this problem. So the perspective of organizers of transport is much more conservative in terms of the propulsion used in public transport. And please have a look at this slide. We asked a theoretical question whether they see a time perspective to achieve a fully electric bus fleet, and only a few see it in less than 20 years from now, which is in line of what we probably here in this audience think about it. But more than 70% have no idea about whether it is possible at all to achieve a 100% electric bus fleet. And even more, what if yes, in how many years in the future will that happen? And let me show you the last slide as the time is running. Based on the study, we defined the strategies of the organizers to the fleet conversion problems, and they could be in basic divided on technologically inspired strategies, economically inspired strategies, and environmentally inspired strategies. And in coffee break or later, I can show you a bit, tell you a bit more about these strategies, who is doing what. But in general, there is a strategy based on innovation. So the city, the organizer, wants to be perceived as a city of innovation, and this is the reason it invests in clean vehicles. The opposite of one is the circumstance strategy. So the organizer is doing everything not to electrify its fleet. So it waits for the technology to be more advanced. It waits for more incentives and many or change of the policy. But the most popular one in terms of technologically inspired strategy is a step-by-step strategy, which in general means that we buy as many as we could and wait for the technology to be more advanced and for the prices to decrease or the incentive to be better. There are also economically inspired strategy, but I would like to, as the time's out, I would like to focus on the environmentally inspired strategies, which are two. The first one is a strategy of genuine environmental concern, which is a bit, I don't really believe in that one in Poland, as our electricity is generated from coal, so it is not that very environmentally friendly at all. But there is also a motivation like that for electrification of bus fleet. But a much more popular one is a greenwashing strategy that is a tool for the policymakers to show that we are doing something to be more eco-friendly, but in fact it does not change too much. So thank you very much for your attention, and I encourage you to ask me more questions later.
Thank you, Christoph, for your presentation and the findings there. We are now going to the Netherlands. Online, we will hear Tarsis Theo,
about understanding the financial impact of electrification of small to medium fleet operators. So it is the add-on of electrifying the bus fleet, for example. Well, I'm not aware in the
presentation. This work that we are going to present is part of a lot of work that we have been doing for the past couple of years for the Dutch transport sector. And this particular work is focusing on understanding the financial impacts of adopting electric vehicles for small and medium logistics fleet operators, so not buses. So it's a bit different from the previous one and different from the next one, which is coming, which is about passenger cars. My name is Tarsis Teo, and I'll be representing Pantea, which is a transport research consultancy. We are quite active in the Netherlands, but also along the 10T corridors, as well as in the rest of Europe. So, this work has been ongoing. My colleagues Art van der Engel and Manfred Kind have been instrumental in designing the study and carrying out data collection, discussing with stakeholders. So I'll be just presenting the brief highlights, and I encourage you to read the article. All right, so we have heard a lot about sort of the objectives and the aims that Europe wants to achieve, and as well as many national governments with respect to the European Green Deal, the Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy. And we have heard regularly, constantly, that electrification of road transport is a key challenge. Now, specifically, road freight transport is very difficult. It's very diverse, very heterogeneous, and very difficult to incentivize because of the many actors that are there. And it's also one of those transport sectors with a very small profit margin. So sometimes it's very difficult to innovate because there's just not enough space to invest. So what we see in the market, for example, is that in 2020, only 1.9% of all vans sold were electric. Now, that's even worse in the medium to heavy duty vehicle segment, only 0.4%. But we expect that there'll be a lot more pressure to upgrade and adopt electric vehicles because of negative or positive incentives, such as taxes, subsidies, and access restrictions, which are a bit more on the hard policy side. We have this current project which we are doing on urban vehicle access regulations, which encompasses things like low emission zones, zero emission zones, and so on. And I encourage you to Google UVA Exchange, which is a project we just recently started. But we expect this to increase a lot more. So what we did was we tried to understand what are the implications for the transport sector, and focusing only on the small and medium fleet operators, which are like I mentioned, have a smaller margin for investment. So repeating myself, it's to evaluate the financial impact, and we are using something called the total cost of ownership approach. I understand that the next presentation will also use this approach, so it might be interesting for you to compare. And we're looking at what will happen if the transport operators have to switch their fleets from diesel to an electric vehicle. And we also explore what are the impacts of several common policies that have been put forth. In this list. So I'll just quickly go through this. Firstly, what's the total cost of ownership approach? As its name says, we're trying to capture all the costs associated with owning, which means purchasing, using, maintaining, etc., as well as disposing. So often we see that the disposal or the resale of the vehicle, you can get some sort of, get some of your investment back on that, but that's really unclear with respect to electric vehicles. But in any case, we're looking at all the costs, And for electric vehicles, we also need to take into account the charging systems that are being used. Currently, the fleet operators, if they want to use electric vehicles, they primarily have to depend on their own private charging systems, which is a big cost for them. And if you have to charge many vehicles at the same spot, you have to consider whether the grid itself in that location can even handle the charging systems which are there. So it's important to take all of that cost into account, but also perhaps government subsidies or taxes or other policies that are included. For electric vehicles, it's also important to take the battery replacements, which may be very huge investment. And the reason why we use the total cost of ownership approach is so that you can balance the heavy investment in the beginning with the perhaps lower operating costs throughout the lifetime of the vehicle. And this is particularly the case for diesel and comparing the diesel and the electric vehicles together. So we have been working on this TCO model for quite some time. In the Dutch Top Sector Logistics Program and the Connect, we have had lots of feedback and validation throughout the years since 2019. And the feature of the TCO is that we show the annualized TCO. So divide all the total cost by the number of years that the vehicle is being used. And we also feature a module here to optimize the deployment of private charging systems for a fleet size which is varying from 1 to 30 or whatever we have. And we include the grid upgrade costs for facility. So the scenarios that we evaluated are for a small rigid truck, a large rigid truck, tractor trailer, and this goes. The usage is different from 3,000 kilometers per year to 100,000 kilometers per year as an average. These are default figures which represent the sector. They have different fuel efficiencies. The vehicles are different. They would need maybe different types of battery capacity. And some of these are theoretical, but not too far off from retrofitted vehicles currently being used. Electricity consumption are here, and there's a diesel vehicle maintenance costs, and we use half of that for the electric vehicles. We also use investment subsidies, which are specific to the Dutch sector, focusing on environmental sorts of investments. And the diesel price includes the excise tax, which can vary if you want. This is an overview of the investment and the subsidies for purchasing one vehicle, as well as the annualized TCO cost. So we have on the primary axis and the secondary axis. So just a few things to point out. First thing is you see that the investment, if you're just comparing the investment costs, which are the bar charts, the diesel and the electric vehicles are quite different. There's a huge jump in investment. That includes the charging costs and the grid upgrades, but just the vehicle itself is actually very expensive. And then you can see if it's really small, there's a blue part of the bar chart, which is the investment subsidies. And there's a very small percentage of the investment cost. So it's not very impactful. But if you look at the total cost of ownership, the TCO, which is the green line, you'll see that it's a bit flatter. And that means that it's possible that the TCO might be profitable in the long run if the use of the vehicle is extended more and more. So let's go into some details. The three charts here, you can look at it at your leisure. We're looking at the light, the rigid, and the tractor trailer, and comparing the different cost structures. So just a few things to say. The graphs show if you have one electric vehicle, 5, 10, 20 and 30, so your fleet size is increasing. If you have more vehicles, then you have to spend more in your grid upgrade because it gets more expensive the more vehicles you have to charge and the higher voltage capacity that you need. But at the same time, you can also probably find some synergy. So you see first a sharp increase and then it slowly goes down, but it's a very small reduction. Energy cost is very different between the different vehicles. Obviously, the heavy vehicles have a lot more energy costs. And I think that's it for these slides. There'll be too much details to go in there. But we move to the next. Yeah, so we explored several penalties for the diesel vehicles. And one strategy, of course, is to subsidize electric vehicles. And the other strategy is to increase the price of using diesel vehicles. And so some of the policies that we have looked at are zero emission zones, the tolls, and CO2 taxes. And you can see the impact. So basically, things can get very expensive for the transport sector if everything is going up towards, if you're incentive penalizing. So I think I have to quickly go through. But here I also present, and you can see in the article a bit more of the results. What's the break-even points for the different policies? And let's go to conclusions. Broadly speaking, the cost of providing charging infrastructure is very difficult, very costly, takes a lot of time as well. Current subsidies are very insufficient, so there might be other strategies that are necessary. Penalties could be an option, but there's a large consequence for the transport sector. And finally, overall, it's still a huge challenge to electrify road transport. So I look forward to hearing feedback and questions from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much also from Maribor to the Netherlands. And I would like to welcome as next speaker on the podium here in live, Dr. Balint Csonka from Budapest University. And the topic is about total cost of ownership, model development for electric cars. So we are still in this field of costs.
Thank you. First, I would like to greet everyone in this room and those who join us through the internet. And special thanks to the organizers who made this event possible despite the unique circumstances. My name is Balint Csonka, Research Associate from Budapest University of Technologies and Economics, Department of Transport Technology and Economics. And today I present you the latest results of the work on total cost of ownership model development for electric vehicles, which is realized with my colleagues Csaba Csiszár and David Földes. Despite the many advantages that electric cars have, such as zero local emission, the drawbacks still slow down the spread of these vehicles, such as the high purchase price and the lack of information on experience about operation. So, because there is a significant difference between electric vehicles and conventional car characteristics, and furthermore, there is also a significant difference between the different electric vehicle types with different drivetrains. So let's imagine that you buy a new electric vehicle, which is significantly more expensive than a conventional one, just to realize that this new vehicle can't meet your basic expectations. So our fundamental aim was to reduce this gap between the expectation and the reality by support decision making. We elaborated this total cost of ownership model to help the comparison of different vehicles with different drivetrains based on their cost and environmental impact. At the beginning, we made several limitations and premises. For example, we considered only new cars. We considered the average fuel and electric prices because the forecasting of these energy prices was another research. The amortization is a function of time and mileage, and the car is sold at the end of the operation. We identified the cost elements. These are the input data of our model. The input data are categorized into two groups, variables and model parameters. The variables may be different for each user, so these values can be modified by the user. On the other hand, the parameters are constants and they don't change over a long period of time, so these values may be modified by the operator of this cost calculator. Accordingly, these values are stored in databases. Similarly, some of the variables can be also stored in databases to help the data input. And based on our cost model, the total cost and cost intensity, battery degradation, range degradation, and the environmental impact can be calculated. The variables are further categorized. The first one is purchase-related cost. We considered the loss of capital income because the money you have, you spend on a new electric car instead of an investment. We considered maintenance, vehicle use, and energy consumption. We identified 3 different road categories because the energy consumption may be different for these road categories, which are highway, urban roads, and county roads. Charging and pollution. Here we identified 5 charging station location categories because the emission intensity of the power generation and the prices may be different for these categories. So as you see, the user can describe its car use characteristic by describing the rate of different road category uses and the rate of charging station locations where the vehicle will be charged. We identified 3 car use profiles to help the data input based on our experiences and according to the annual mileage and rate of road category use. These categories are urban traveler, commuter, and traveling salesman. Similarly, we identified 3 electric car charging profiles based on our experiences and according to the rate of location category uses. These categories are home charging, where the owner of the vehicle can charge its vehicle at home mostly. Destination charging, where the typical travel demand is performed by short trips, so the range is enough to reach the destination and the car can be charged during parking. And en route charging profile, where we assume that the range is not enough, so the charging demand interrupts the route and the user must charge its vehicle en route. We also categorize the parameters. The first one is amortization. The amortization rates were based on the experience coming from the conventional vehicle market, second use market. So the values for the electric vehicles are not available now, so we use the values for the conventional ones. We estimated that the battery degradation is 3% per 100 charging section, and we also set the emission intensity of electricity generation as a parameter. To present the applicability of our method, we elaborated a case study where we compared 3 different car types with different drivetrains: petrol, plug-in hybrid, and pure electric battery vehicle. We assume that the car use characteristic is close to the commuter profile, and we assume the home charging profile. The comparison was made for 2 different time periods. After 5 years, the plug-in hybrid has the lowest total cost, as you can see in the figure. It is maybe because that we assumed a commuter driver profile, which combines urban road use and long journeys, and the plug-in car also combines the benefits of a petrol car and an electric car, and this car also fits to urban road use and long journeys. Petrol and pure electric cars' costs are basically the same, as you can see here. So the low maintenance and low use cost can compensate the significantly higher purchase cost in this case, even after 5 years. So the equation point between petrol and electric car cost is around 5 years. And the second comparison was performed after 10 years. As you can see, still the plug-in hybrid has the lowest cost, and the electric vehicle now is halfway between the plug-in hybrid and petrol car. And as you can see, the petrol car is the most expensive one. And I would like to mention that the purchase cost is a little bit higher after 10 years because we consider the amortization cost, and of course it increases over time. We compared the emission of these vehicles, and we found that the pure electric battery vehicle has the lowest emission. We considered only the CO2 equivalent emission, and we considered both the emission during use and emission during battery manufacturing. And as you can see, the emission of a petrol car is about more than 3 times more after 10 years than the emission of a pure electric battery car. So in summary, pure electric cars perform better on urban roads, electric cars perform better on long term. However, we made several assumptions during these calculations, so I would like to ask you to take these results with a grain of salt. And the emission intensity of e-cars may be lower after 5 years compared to traditional vehicles. We assume the electricity generation that is typical in Central Europe, in Hungary, for example. So the results will be different in a different country, of course. For example, in Scandinavia, the electric cars will perform better in the term of emission. And the performance of cars significantly depends on the car use profile. We analyzed and we found that pure electric cars perform better in urban areas, plug-in hybrid cars on medium range, and traditional petrol cars on long trips. So, thank you for your attention. This is my last slide. You can find our contacts on the slide, and you can find us also at the dinner. So thank you for your attention again. Voila.
Very much, Balint, for your presentation, and to be exactly in the time frame of 10 minutes which we have given to all our presenters. The next presenter is online. We are going a little bit to the south, to Belgrade, to Serbia. And I would like to welcome Lidija Tomic, and she will talk about drones usage in urban areas as an environmental friendly solution. So Lidija Tomic, I hope the technique works. Well, we cannot hear you at the moment. No, still we just see you. Maybe say a few words, maybe we can hear you. So obviously there are some technical problems. I would like to make some advertising in the meantime. Buy green coffee, for instance. So
If that is not working within the next 10 seconds, I kindly ask our technique in behind that we change to the second presenter, which is also from Budapest, which is from Budapest, then the next one. Okay, then I try it works, and we go to David Lajos Sardi, Budapest University of Technology and Economics, about application possibilities of delivery drones in the case of concentrated sets of delivery locations in Budapest. And maybe we hear him.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you see my slides?
We see your face, not the slides at the moment, but we can hear you.
Okay. Okay. My slide is shared, so I think you will see it soon. So can I start, or?
Yes, you can start. Please proceed.
Okay. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm David Sardi from the Budapest University of Technology and Economics from the Department of Material Handling and Logistics System, and my paper is about the use of delivery drones in urban areas for Budapest. So it's a similar topic to the Serbian colleagues. I wrote my paper together with my colleague, Professor Christian Bona. And at our department, I can say that we have lots of research projects regarding city logistics and regarding drones, not only about the city logistics application of drones, but about several other research fields. And one of our other topics will be presented tomorrow in the digitalization, automatization, and modeling session. So it will be worthwhile to watch that presentation as well. In my presentation, first, I would like to talk about the examined delivery locations and about some existing drone-based city logistics systems. After that, I would like to present some new drone-based city logistics concepts. As a next step, I will present the analysis of the drone-based supply chains, and at the end, I will talk a bit about our next research directions. In our city logistics research group at our university, we are focusing on the so-called urban concentrated sets of delivery locations because of their greater consolidation potentials. These concentrated sets of delivery locations are those sets where we have a huge number of stores in a relatively small area with huge demands. So because of this concentration, we can assume a significant saving potential based on our previous research results, and now we are examining how to integrate the drones into this system. In logistics, drones can be used for several purposes, even in supply chains or in factories and warehouses, both for detection and moving goods, but now I will focus only on the city logistics use of them. Of course, there are several existing solutions, pilot projects, concepts, technologies. And in the last year, because of the pandemic, lots of new solutions were introduced because of their huge potentials for contactless deliveries. From these existing solutions, we selected 4 drone technologies with different capacities for analysis regarding the concentrated sets of delivery locations of Budapest. In our project, we worked with own data, which was collected in 6 concentrated sets of delivery locations in Budapest. We had data about more than 600 stores from 4 shopping malls, 1 shopping area, and from 1 market. So we can say that we had lots of different types of, lots of different characteristics to examine. And based on this data, we started to deal with the drone-based city logistics solutions. First, we examined the supplier deliveries. Well, we had to see that because of the huge volume to be handled, we don't really have any possibility to use drones between the consolidation centers and the cross-docks of the concentrated sets of delivery locations. But we can say as well that in the case of more than 50% of the stores, based on the package size, we can say that drones can be used for urgent deliveries at least. Next, we went to the deliveries between stores, which are also very important in the case of store chains. And here we saw, based on the data analysis, that a significant proportion of all the goods could be delivered by drones in this special city logistics system between the stores of concentrated sets of delivery locations or between other single stores in the urban areas. And only in the case of like 10–15% of the stores, depending on the used drone technology, will we need bigger delivery vehicles for these transactions. In the case of the home deliveries or parcel machine transactions, it is up to the system organization. The situation is absolutely the same to the deliveries between stores. Most of the goods could be handled by drones based on the package size, and only in the case of 10–15%, we will need a bigger delivery vehicle like lorries, cargo bags, or vans. And based on this analysis, we can conclude that in the case of deliveries between stores and in the case of home or parcel machine deliveries, we have a significant potential for using drones in the city logistics system of the concentrated sets of delivery locations. As a next step, we made some calculations based on queuing about the necessary size of the drone fleet for the home deliveries and for the deliveries between stores. And depending on the capacity of the examined drone, we can say that approximately 43 drones would be needed for like 60–100 stores. These are those stores where we have possibilities for such deliveries by using drones, but we can say that this is not an irreal high fleet size. Based on this, we can conclude as well that we have a potential for using delivery drones in this system. After all these data analysis, we started to analyze the supply chains because it's only one thing to say that based on the data, based on the package size, based on the technology, we have possibilities for drones, but what about the infrastructure? What about the background of this system? So we started to analyze the supply chains. So we can say that we have sender, transfer, and receiver locations in the system, and the flight transaction, the delivery transaction. We have different types of urban areas, concentrated sets, single urban zones, and even residential areas. All of these are connected to the system of concentrated sets. And we are really far from having drone docking stations, drone docking possibilities at every stores, every homes. We need to say that we will need a so-called drone mini hub because the drones are not able yet to perform the last mile delivery. So we will need logistics facilities to be able to handle these drones. These will be the so-called drone mini hubs, and with these we will have basically two main parts of the supply chain. We will have the drone mini hubs and we will have the transaction itself. We have several critical points. Regarding the drone mini hubs, we will need to define the location and their number. We will need to solve the technology of drone docking. And we will need in the whole areas the special logistics infrastructure fitted for drones, and the loading, fixing, and unloading will be significant as well. It must be solved somehow in these drone mini hubs. During the transaction, everything will be really complicated because of the legislative framework. We need to handle the wind, the turbulence, we will need to avoid other drones, other objects, and we will need to solve the flight control issues as well. So we can say that there are lots of critical points to handle. As the drone mini hubs have a very significant role in this system, we will need to examine them in a more detailed way. We will need to create a very complex concept for them. As a first step, we define the functional areas. We will need to solve somehow the docking and charging and loading, and not only for the drones. Because of the last mile deliveries, if we will need lorries, cargo bags, some vehicles for the last mile deliveries, we will need loading and waiting and charging areas for them as well. And we will need to provide pickup possibilities like parcel machines or simple parcel pickup points in this system. In the next steps of our research, the most important task will be to deal with this so-called drone mini-hub concept. This has a very important role in this special city logistics system. We will need to define the exact special logistics facility for drones, but of course we will need to deal with the modeling directions in the system. We will need to define modeling questions and modeling possibilities. We will try to build useful and efficient simulation models for these systems, and of course, as it's very significant, it has a very significant effect on the system, the legislative framework must be examined as well. As a summary of our research, first we performed the complex data analysis. Based on that, we defined city logistics concepts. We calculated the possible drone fleet size for the examined system from Budapest. We started to analyze the supply chain. We defined some critical points, and we defined the functional areas of the drone mini-hub, and of course we defined the next research steps. So it's still ongoing. We hope to get good and important results in this field in the next months, in the next years. So thank you very much for your attention, and if you will have any questions regarding our presentation, you can contact us on the following email addresses. Thank you, and have a nice afternoon, have nice other presentations.
Good. For the rich illustrated presentation, thank you very much. We would like to try once again to switch. No, it skipped. Okay, then I suppose we try it as the last one, in the session once again as last chance. So okay, then we left this field of air transportation and go back to ground. And I would like to welcome Marcel Vetter here on the podium from Budapest University of Technology and Economics. And he would like to give us a presentation about cross-border regional railway connections with hybrid-powered vehicles. Thank you. The floor is yours.
I am Marcel Vetter from the Budapest University of Technology and Economics. And the topic of my presentation is hybrid-powered vehicles with cross-border regional railway connections. First of all, I would like to talk about the recent challenges regarding this topic. So first, there are many abandoned railway lines along the European Union's state borders. It means that in many countries there are railway lines up until the border stations, but there isn't any connection between the two countries in these railway lines. So also it's important to mention that usually the innerland border regions of the of the EU member countries are less developed than the central parts of these countries. So it would be useful to connect these border regions with each other. Also, I would like to highlight that nowadays there is a low share of eco-friendly rail transport, which would be important because of the climate change and the global climate crisis. And also there are many non-electrified regional railway lines, especially in these border regions. So the use of alternative fuels and battery electric rail cars would be important in the future. In our paper, we observed 5 different railway lines in a 3-border region between Croatia, Slovenia and Hungary. The most important aspects in the development of these new railway connections are the population of the different settlements that the different railway lines reach, the distance of these railway lines, the economic development of these regions, the track conditions, and the electrification of the railway lines. In the next slides, I'm going to show the different railway lines that we examined. The first one is between Pécs and Osijek. Sorry for my pronunciation with these settlements. It's a little bit difficult for me to pronounce. But here you can see some data about the railway lines and the settlements that these railway lines would connect. So there are data about population and also economic development. And at the bottom of the slides, you will see the perimeters of the railway lines. The second one is a railway line connecting different smaller settlements with the capital city of Croatia, Zagreb. And here you can see that the economic development of Zagreb is a lot better and a higher level than the other villages and cities along this line. So it would be helpful for the citizens living in these villages to have a really good connection to a bigger city. Here you can see the third railway line that we examined. It connects Maribor with Nagykanizsa. Here there is a section with non-electrified tracks, but also this railway line has really good track conditions. Here you can see the fourth railway line. It connects Zalaegerszeg and Varaždin. It's important because of the connection with other railway lines in this region. And it's also important to mention here that between Lenti and Lendava there is no railway tracks nowadays, so it would be important in the future to rebuild this short section of railway tracks. And here you can see the last railway line. It also, this railway line is always electrified, and it has a really good average speed as well. So after showing the different railway lines, I would like to present a few types of battery electric rail cars that we examined. All of these rail cars have zero local emission, but many railway operators don't use these types of rail cars, so there is a lack of experience in operating these types of vehicles. Also, it's important to highlight that the building of new catenary systems would be more expensive than buying one of these rail cars and operating them on these railway lines. After the different rail cars, I would like to show an evaluation method that we developed in our previous research in order to rank the different railway line and rail car combinations. So this evaluation method has 5 different aspects: the railway line electrification, battery capacity utilization of the different rail cars, the railway track conditions, economy of scale, because it's important to know how many rail cars can be operated in a separate region, and also an important aspect is the volume of passenger traffic. First, in order to use this evaluation method, we need to know the characteristics of, for example, the rail cars or the railway lines. If we have these characteristics, then we can use this method and do the evaluation, and after, with the help of some weighted average, we get an applicability value. Here you can see the results of this evaluation and the weight numbers that we used in our paper. As you can see, railway line number 3 and the Stadler and Alstom rail car combination got the highest scores. At the end of my presentation, I would like to sum up the most important messages. So I would like to highlight again the importance of cross-border railway connections, because they will improve the access to opportunities for the local population. Also, it's important to mention the importance of the eco-friendly rail transport, and I also presented a weighted multi-criteria evaluation method that helps in the ranking of railway lines and hybrid vehicles. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Marcel, for this very kind presentation. We continue with Dalen Siva, also from Budapest, and she is reporting about a business model for mobility services based on shared autonomous vehicles.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present the results of our initial study. My name is Dalen. I'm a PhD student at Budapest University of Technology and Economics, and today I'm going to present about a business model for mobility services based on shared autonomous vehicles. So let's start. The use of shared mobility services has been increasing in the last decade, and it's expected that in 2040, autonomous vehicles will transport around 55% of the total passenger kilometer. On the other hand, we have business models. The current shared mobility services, they have different frameworks, different characteristics and elements, which brings a variety of business models. So we identify the scenario and a research gap. Impacts of the implementation of autonomous vehicles on business models are barely studied, and in order to fill this gap in literature, in order to fill this gap in the literature and be useful for companies, stakeholders, and even policymakers, we proposed two research questions. They are: how do business models for shared mobility change with the implementation of autonomous vehicles? And is it possible to create a general business model for mobility services based on these shared autonomous vehicles? In our methodology, instead of using business model canvas, we decided to use the Lean canvas. They are very similar, as you can see in the picture. The elements of the Lean canvas are in blue, and they are the second element. So, for example, in the first box, instead of using key partners in the business model canvas, we focused on the problem. And we decided to use the Lean canvas because it's a more problem-focused, it's widely used nowadays for startups. It's focused on solving the problem that we find in the market with innovative solutions and development of innovative products or services. So first, we analyzed the current business model of shared mobility services, which were taxi, ride sourcing, ride sharing, car rental, peer-to-peer, and business-to-consumers car sharing. Later, we analyzed how AVs would change this business model, and in order to limit our study, we defined a shared autonomous vehicle-based service, which has the following characteristics. From 4 to 9 persons, it's used in urban areas as a door-to-door service. The vehicle owner can be private or public, and it doesn't compete with public transport or micromobility. This is the general view of our result, our Lean canvas. It has more than 50 elements, and in the next slides I will present the most important ones to you. First, nowadays, it's well known that private car is very expensive, it's unsustainable. Most of the time, we use the car just with one person. And the cities are struggling with problems such as environmental pollution, parking problem, traffic jams. And from the user side, we have that not everyone can drive, and it's still unsafe and unreliable trips. Regarding the existing alternatives, all the current mobility services, basically they are alternatives from each other. And in our proposed service, we think that we can solve all of these problems. Because with autonomous vehicles, we can offer high spatial and temporal availability. It can be accessible to everyone, and reliable and safe and secure mobility while we are sharing cars and seats at the same time. Unique value proposition, I can highlight that the traveler can travel whenever and wherever he or she wants, accessing an app. And from the point of view of the operational part, it will be an integrated way. So we will have mobility service provider, infrastructure operator, and fleet operator working together in an integrated way. The high-level concept can be the efficient usage of resources, because in our service, even private AV owners, they can provide their vehicles while is not in use to our service, and we can provide the seat sharing for the car sharing nowadays with unknown people, that it's not very common. The unfair advantage will be the strong partnerships in order to deliver this service, and the capacity utilization of the vehicles in space and time due to share of vehicles and seats and use of the private AV that we will have in the market. The channels is the way that we communicate with our customers. It's not gonna change too much. It will be more based in an application or internet-based communication. The customer segments can be anyone from the current shared mobility services that we already have, but especially travelers with high-value travel time. The early adopters will be young people with AV technology, sharing economy, environmental awareness, and so on. The key metrics is the way that we measure the performance of our service. Besides the one that we already have, for example, the fleet size, the number of daily trips, we need to emphasize the daily empty run distance, because as autonomous vehicles, they can reallocate by themselves. We need to monitor this metric. And also the service rating by users, because we need to know if we are attending the expectations of our users. Regards to the cost structure, besides nowadays the current costs mainly with operation, we disregard the cost of the drivers, but we still have an increase with IT platform development and operation due to the high level of the technology and the integrated operational way that we will work. But on the other hand, we see that will be a reduction in fleet purchase, because as we can use the private AVs while not in use, we can attend the demand while we don't need to purchase new vehicles. And finally, regarding the revenue streams, there are three important elements: subscription fee, the fine, and the most important one is the customized travel fee. We identified that due to the high spatial temporal availability and all the other advantages autonomous vehicles can bring to us, we can establish a customized travel fee and play with it. So for each customer, we can have a different fee according to your needs. For example, if you want additional service because you need a child seat, you will pay for it. But if you want someone to accompany your child to the school, you will pay a different fee. If you want high level of spatial or temporal availability, you want to book in advance, it will be different for you and for the others. So in this way, I would like to conclude my presentation highlighting some points. The main contribution of our work is the general business model for shared autonomous vehicle service using the Lean Canvas to be useful for policymakers, stakeholders, and users. The key findings were strong partnerships will be needed in future in order to provide the best service to our society. And our service can replace all existing mobility services that we already have. Actually, it was quite challenging because thinking about 20 years from now on, it's hard, and forecasting these impacts seems quite futuristic. but we did it. And for future research, we need to investigate the feeder service, which is quite important, and the alterations in a deep and more detailed way, the alterations in each mobility service. So, for example, we will investigate more the taxi isolated from the ride sourcing, and so on. Thank you very much. I hope it was interesting.
Thank you, Darlene, for this presentation and the warm speech you gave. The next topic is quite of my opinion, very interesting, because we would like to focus the impact of a lockdown on the emissions in the air, or of the air quality, in other words. And so I would like to welcome here from Maribor, David Jesenko, and his topic is the COVID-19 on PM10 concentration in Maribor.
Okay, thank you. Hello also from my side. As mentioned, my name is David Jesenko, and I will present you a paper, Influence of COVID-19 on PM10 concentrations in Maribor. First, I will talk about our application, which we used, we implemented it and used it for the visualization and analysis of the multidimensional data, and finally then I will show you some results. So our goal was to present multidimensional data in user-friendly way. We implemented a tool for independent data. So basically we can use any type of data. We can use, in our case, PM10 concentrations data. We can use some bank data, DNA data, medical data, and so on. But we need some domain-specific experts to analyze the output of our product. We think that with our tool we can find some hidden relationships and patterns in large multidimensional data. In our case, this is the PM10 concentrations data, and I will talk about this more in the continuation. So first, beginning something from the computer science part. So in our case, the application should be, the data should be organized in tables. So each row represents the one multidimensional point, and each column represents one dimension of this multidimensional space. We need to select the target attribute, and this attribute will be then calculated statistics and coefficient and so on. For example, here we can see these points in, let's say, multidimensional space. Firstly, we need to transform these points with using a principal component analysis to another space, and then choose only the most important dimensions. In the next step, we did the hierarchical clustering. That means that this point on the lowest level, we then combined to the clusters on the first level. Then again, we combine those clusters to higher, bigger clusters. And finally, we have all the data in one big cluster. So here you can see the representation of this data. This is the cluster that we saw at the end. So it contains all the data. And then lower we go, the smaller the clusters are. At the end, we can see individual points. We can see here the same representation. In the middle is this bigger class, all data, and more we go to the center through the edge, the smaller clusters, and at the edge, we can see individual points. And when we move over these points or clusters, we can see different statistics only for data that is contained in that cluster. So we implemented over 20 statistics. We use some basic statistics such as average values, mean maximum value. Then we have correlations, Pearson correlations, Spearman distance correlation, randomized dependence coefficient, maximal information coefficient, skewness, kurtosis, and finally Fisher test. So that would be basically from the computer science part, and now let's go more into the interesting things. So the data, the monitoring system for our data that was used in this paper was established in 2013. The location is here, is the cross of the street Krekova and Tiršova. It's 2 streets away from here. It was part of PM-Inter project. With this monitoring system, we can measure PM1, PM2.5, and PM10 concentrations. We can also measure the speed of vehicles, and we can also count all the vehicles. And to all this data, we add some weather information, such as wind speed, wind direction, rainfall, humidity, temperature, and atmospheric pressure. When we analyze all the data, we come up with some interesting results. So first, here we can see the graph for the average monthly PM10 concentrations from 2030 to 2020. We can see that in 2020, when the big COVID crisis strikes, we see no big deviations in those graphs. The main reason is that in the Maribor, the main pollutions near the traffic are the heating systems. The lockdowns occur in the cold months and in the winter months. And the people were staying at home, they were using more heating system, and the most problematic are those that are powered by wood. And also what is interesting are those temperature inversions. On the other side, we also see that descending trend of the PM10 concentrations in Maribor from the beginning of monitoring. We can see these darker lines, which represents later years, that are lower than the lighter one that are from the beginning. Next, it's average monthly traffic volumes. Again, for the same timeline from the 2013 to 2020. Here you can see, unlike from previous graph, here you can see some deviations. We can see that where the lockdowns occurs, this was in the March, April, and May, and then in October, November, and December, we can see some lower values. That is because the people were staying at home, they were locked in the houses, and so on. These were the two lockdowns, but on the other side, we can see some uppers, like here in the February, June, July, August, and September. And the main reason for this is the lockdown of this street over here, of the Koroška Cesta. And because of this, we need to rearrange the traffic in the Maribor, and the more traffic went past our monitoring system. So if there won't be this closure, there will probably be even lower values here when the lockdown occurs. And this is probably one of the possibilities why there was no big changes in the previous slide, in the previous graph. In the next one, so the average monthly PM, again, measurements, only for lockdown months. So in this case, we took the average values for this timeline, and down there we can see the average values for this only 2020 year. We can see that in all cases we have lower values, average values, but this does not mean that these values are the lowest values that were measured in the Maribor since we started measuring. So, for example, only in October and only in February, this was the lowest measurements, but in other cases there were even lower values than in the 2020. So, and for the end, the conclusion, we can see the descending trend of PM10 concentrations in the Maribor. The reason for this could be warmer weather and the mild winters in recent years. On the other side, we have closure of this Koroška Street, which has significant impact on the increased traffic past the monitoring station. And in the previous slide, we also see that the PM10 concentrations through the years are falling in the Maribor. This is due to better cars. We have some restrictions that not all the cars should go in the town. We have more electric cars. We have better isolations in the houses, so we need more heating, and so on and so on. There are many things that we can find out from this. So this will be all from my side. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, David, for this interesting presentation. I think we will come back on this presentation with some questions. And that's also my word to the audience in the World Wide Web. You are invited to ask your questions and write down your questions in the comment on the YouTube channel. I will see them here, that we can pick up these questions and comments later on. So please make or use this opportunity. The next presentation is here, maybe the last one, or maybe the last before the last one. It's Artur Buczynski from the Silesian University in Poland, and he will talk about the use of machine learning to predict diesel fuel consumption in road vehicles, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Artur Budzinski. I am a PhD student in Silesian University of Technology, and I would like to present article, The Use of Machine Learning to Predict Diesel Fuel Consumption in Road Vehicles. The main goals of this article, first is find methods for preparing data from dirty and rough data from GPS system into useful for machine learning models. Then take some models, compare and find the best with smallest forecast error. And in the end, share the code from this project in open access and show possibility of implementation. Scope of work. So first, check literature, use fuel forecasting methods which are till now used. Then take 13 machine learning models and test them by 3 successful metrics. Next, save models, give to the models new data and make validation. Then show possibility implementation with creating environment, and in the end, conclusions. Project is made with use programming language Python. Is used in project for create training, testing and validation. And what is important, popularity of the language has been growing in recent years. This you can see, figure shows the number of question tags on Stack Overflow. It's one of the best place where you can ask about code, programming, etc. And also there is many useful libraries for Python created. About software, project is made in Jupyter Notebooks. It's a text editor for project using also a code. GitHub is online open access code sharing website. This project you can also find on this repository on GitHub. You can see now on screen a link to this. Libraries, we use Pandas. It's a library for data processing. NumPy is for numerical calculations, for example, for check success metrics. And scikit-learn is for machine learning. Like I hear from many practice in machine learning is already #1. Data visualization is made with use Matplot library. Preparing data. We have data from GPS system from transport company which has in fleet 40 tons trucks. They work in international transport in Europe. Data are divided into 3 categories. First is depending from way. We have here data when it was transport distance, cargo weight, start place, and delivery place. Second category is about truck. We have here a vehicle power, engine capacity, vehicle mileage, vehicle ID, vehicle production year, vehicle weight, and max vehicle weight. The last is depending from characteristic of the driver. Here is driver ID, driver age, and driver quantity. It's showed here preparing data. It's really simplified. In practice, it's more complicated, and feature engineering is bigger. It's simplified here. Which models we tested? There is 13 models divided into 5 categories. First is category classical regression. We have here linear regression and ridge. Second, with variable selection, we have a model Lasso, LARS, Lars IC, ElasticNet, OMP, and OMP cross-validated. Next category, Bayesian, is Bayesian rich and ARD regression. Next category, Outlier robust. We have here a Ransack regressor, and the last category, GLM, here a 2D regressor. How check which model is better? We take three successful metrics: is popular mean square error, root mean square error, and coefficient of determination. You can see here a pattern for all testing. For testing, data are taken from start May 2020 to the end of May 2021, so we have a full year. Data are divided into 70% training and 30% testing set. You see here a score of these models. Then all models tested are saved, and we gave them a new data from June 2021, and results of the validation is shown here. The best is Lars model. About conclusion, so machine learning can be used successfully to predict use fuel in trucks. Lars is the best model in the study. All software used in this project and shown here is free and in open access. Data code models are available on the project website on GitHub. You have here also a link. You can take this model, test with your data. Also, it's shown here how step by step create environment to repeat this experiment and this project or similar. This model for prediction can be used independently or can be used in other complex methods. This allows you to make the right decision in road vehicle fleet management, and you can save in companies money and reduce negative impact on environment. Thank you for attention. You have here a contact to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before I would like to start the discussion, I would like to have a view to my left side if the Technic to Belgrade is now established. No. Okay, then we have unfortunately to skip this presentation, but that helped us to be exactly in time right now. So, yeah, now the floor is yours. It is your conference. You are the attendees and are invited to ask questions to the great variety of our presenters today. Stane, please.
So, can you explain me, Arthur, why is the Lars solution the best? What is the criteria? What is the criteria that this solution is the best? Okay.
Okay, so Lars model, okay. So Lars model has the smallest mean square error, and coefficient of determination was the biggest.
This model, this concept is very interesting. I think we need it very much today. And at the beginning, you have showed criteria: the driver, the driven kilometers, old driver, whatever. So how did you evaluate the impact of each criteria to the general solution?
Criteria, I think that the biggest impact is because distance. Also, I saw that all this track make bigger use of fuel. Also, it was that younger driver make bigger use of fuel. It's because experience for driver.
I totally agree with that. But how do you evaluate old driver, young driver? What is the ponder you are using in the whole model in order to see the impact of it on the consumption of fuel?
I just checked it while plotting, and it was shown there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Laurent?
Thank you very much. It's a question for Marcel for the interesting presentation on a hybrid train in cross-border traffic. Do you know maybe, do you have investigated the issue of hydrogen train? You know maybe in Germany, in France, Alstom is producing a hydrogen train. So it's working on the German network. It will come on the French network. So it's a question. You have this possibility to implement a hydrogen train now. It's working. So it's the first question. And the second question, it's a very precise question. In the methodology of the railway line, you have a U. What does it mean? And 30 and 40, what does it mean? You have the kilometer, and what is it for an indicator? The U you see, you have 3 indicators on the railway line. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the questions. For the first question, the answer is that this was the first step of our research, but of course we would like to extend our research in different types of hybrid vehicles, also, for example, hydrogen-powered vehicles. The second one, the small U's, are the predicted amount of passengers in the future in those railway lines. So, yeah, thank you.
John, please, did you check the interoperability challenges in the cross-border traffic, in addition to the existing challenges you examined?
Well, I would think that there is some difficulties with the regulation of the different countries, so it would be important to have a common European railway regulation, for example. Just an example, between Austria and Hungary, trains have to stop because they have different signals at the end of the trains and they have to change these small signals. And it's a funny thing because it's only just regulation, but for passengers it would be a lot better if they could go all the way through the railway lines. So, yeah, I think regulation is the key fact in this question.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Are
you.
there more questions from the audience? On our chat, I did not see any comment at the moment. Well then, there Vladimir has got one question.
Thank you. I have a question to Krzysztof Krawiec. Is he here? Yeah, thank you. You mentioned, you have spoken about the electric buses, about non-fuel or something like this in Poland. And you mentioned that only 2% of the buses actually are so with no fuel or no emissions. My question is, you said that trams are out, but there is also one type of the vehicle like trolleybus, which is also operated in Poland. My question is if these statistics include trolleybuses, or what about trolleybuses? Is it a vehicle among these electric vehicles which are preferred for the future or not? And why?
Okay.
Thank you.
I will divide this answer for a short answer and a bit longer answer. So the short answer is they are not included in this chart, in this pie chart. And a little bit longer is that we have 3 cities in which trolley buses are operated. medium-sized cities in general. And I would say that the policy in Poland towards trolley buses is that these three systems will be still operated and even make it a little bit bigger, including the battery systems to enhance the how many kilometers the bus is going without catenary. They use these systems, but there are no plans to create new trolley systems in Poland. So this is a little bit longer answer.
I do not see such question. Hand is not rising. I've got one question to the, let me check the name, to David Jesensko. He talked about the particulate matters influence. Why did you choose PM10 for your research and not nitrogen oxygen, for example, to check the influence of traffic on air quality?
The answer is easy, because in this monitoring station doesn't measure this type you say. So we don't have data about this nitrogen, oxygen.
Okay.
That's the only reason.
So,
as we don't have data.
So I will not say please measure it in the future, because
yes.
we hope we will not have a lockdown again.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, okay, if there are no any questions more, I would like to close this session. We have learned this late afternoon that we have a great variety of different approaches in discussing green fuels and vehicles. Today we focused more vehicles than fuels. But that is another proof why we are at the beginning or half on the way to find sustainable transport solutions in urban regions and also for the long-haul transportation. We have started. The aim is 1.5 degree plus, according to the Paris Climate Agreement, and at the moment we are at 1.2 degrees. So there is certainly 0.3 degrees left, and we have to hurry up. And I would like to motivate all researchers, politicians, and the inhabitants of cities and the countries to go hand in hand and to go fast as possible in this direction, that we can achieve this aim. Thank you very much. And for the last words, for the nice invitation, I would like to pass the speech back to Stane.
Thank you for perfect chairing of this session. Thank you very much. We are now leaving from here, all of us, immediately to Hotel Piramida.